Hey, Kathy B. Oh, good evening, everybody. Y'all said 7:30. Your wish is my command. Okay? We talked about time yesterday, and 7:30 it is. Wait for a few minutes to see if anybody wants to join us, of course. But welcome, Brooklyn Squad. How's everyone doing this evening? I hope everybody is doing blessed and having a blessed Friday. Happy Friday, everybody. Today is the third day, right? Yesterday was hectic with the trial. It was hectic. It was a lot of, oh my goodness, oohs, I can't believe he would do that to his own child. If you don't know what's going on and you're in the dark, that's okay. I was too. Okay. We are here. Um the Adam Montgomery has unalived his 5 years old, beautiful, precious daughter, Harmony. He has not only unalived her, he has done some uh, insane, animalistic things to that little girl's remains that I can't even explain on a level to even explain. I can't even explain to you guys. It's horrifying. That little girl, I know she was going through so much pain and so much confusion. Like, why my daddy's doing this to me? Why my daddy? Every time he put a smack to her, you know? No reason she couldn't hold her freaking bowels or her urine. Because he kept attacking her. That was just a lot yesterday. Today is the day where her mother in law, which is his wife, takes the stand. Okay, so we're going to see what she got to say. Yesterday was his family member. I believe it was her uncle or maybe his brother in law, something like that. Today is her. Now, she is also incarcerated behind bars because of the part she played in, you know? But she made a deal, of course. So let's see what she has to say. Um, Kathy B in the building, like always. Hey, beautiful queen. So we are live on Facebook group right now. My Facebook. I have two Facebooks. I actually have more, but my Facebooks, and we are live on YouTube. Let's just get right into it, okay? Please hit the thumbs up and feel free to share this video so it can get out there. All right, and subscribe to my platform. Well, subscribe, so you can be a part of the Brooklyn Squad and get all this messy, messy, messy motherfucking mess. So we're gonna look at Grizzy. Grizzy is one of the platforms that I watch. Her link is right there. Please take a look at her. She is always on site. She's on site.
She's the most important witness in this trial.
She
because
sure
she's
is.
the only adult who was there at the time when Harmony died.
I like Grizzy. Shout out to her. I probably ain't saying her name right, but hey, Megan, babe. I wanted to throw my remote. I can't understand. Kind of the DVD only goes so far, but
Quick disclaimer: we don't want any spoilers. I know that the mods are working hard to remind everyone of that. There is no point going to watch elsewhere and then coming here to say what you know. Okay, you don't get like brownie points for that. You're just ruining it for everyone. It's kind of like imagine. I don't know, if you watch a sport game or a movie, this is not like that. I'm just saying, and then you go watch something at 5, and then you've got tickets at 8, and then everyone who watches at 5 wants to tell you what happened, what happened. Just don't do that, please. We are watching the trial together now in this moment. from this moment
Megan
forward.
said she
We don't
wanted
want
to for her
spoilers.
remote control.
Okay, because it will ruin it for a lot of people. They especially wait, and I know it takes discipline and patience to just wait. I struggle to wait as well, you know, but no spoilers. We do it for a reason.
I like her.
Kayla, can you begin by stating and spelling your full name for the record?
My name is Kayla Montgomery, Kayla Montgomery.
And how old are you, Kayla?
33.
Where do you currently live?
I am in the correctional facility for women's in Concord, New Hampshire.
How long have you been there?
For over a year.
Kayla, why are you currently incarcerated?
For perjury, for lying on to the jury about the whereabouts of where I was and where Harmony was.
And when you say lying to the jury, was...
So yes, she's got a maximum sentence of 18 months, and I think she's served about a year now. So I just quickly want to show you as well. Where's that image that I have? This is how she looked at the time of her arrest. So looking very different now. Of course, she was very stuck in, you know, the cycle of substance abuse at the time when she was arrested. And so I believe she's on some kind of medication to help her, you know, overcome those addictions while she's there in the jail. Okay.
She's probably on methadone.
So can you believe the difference, though? She looks completely different, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is that the grand jury?
Yes.
So she'll be coming home soon.
Did you also lie to the police?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
She should get more time.
I was scared, and I was told by Adam to stick with that story that I got dropped off at work at Dunkin' Donuts, where I no longer worked at that time, and to say that he was bringing Harmony to meet her mother, Crystal, and that he dropped her off with her. And then when he came and picked me up from work, which I was not working there at the time, he didn't have her in the car, which that was a lie.
That story that you just told, that was what you told the grand jury?
Yes.
It's what you told the police?
Yes.
And was that in fact what happened?
No.
You said you've been sentenced for lying.
Yes.
You're living at the prison. Do you understand the consequences of providing false testimony?
Yes.
And since those lies, since your time in prison, have you sat down with investigators? Have you sat down with the Attorney General's office and provided additional statements?
Yes.
How many times?
About 4 times.
How many hours?
A couple hours at a time when they've came to see me, or I've gone out to the office to meet with them.
Did you reach a plea agreement with the state?
Yes.
And that was on the perjury charges?
Yes.
Other charges were dismissed, is that right?
Yes.
The story that you just told about the defendant dropping Harmony off with Crystal, who came up with that story?
Adam.
Why did you stick to it?
Because I was scared for myself and my children that are also Adam's, and for him, because I didn't want anybody to get in trouble, and I was scared.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
Kayla, you referred to Harmony Montgomery just now. How do you know her?
She's Adam's daughter, and we started a year after we got together. He was working on getting custody of her. And
Shit.
he had to work to get custody of her. He wasn't just given her. And it took 4 years to get custody of her. And during those 4 years, we both visited her each week for a couple hours.
What? I think that's new based on everything we did, that he worked hard to get custody of her.
Wow.
Why?
Right.
Why? So that he could use her for cash? Or, why did he want custody of his daughter so much?
Right.
According to Harmony's biological mother, Crystal, who was on the stand yesterday, she had actually said in an interview before that she thinks it was to punish her, that he was trying so hard to get Harmony away from her. And remember, she revealed that he hates women. He has this deep resentment because his mother abandoned him. That's what Crystal had shared before.
Okay, I need to see that interview.
But to work so hard to have Harmony and then do what he allegedly did and abused her repeatedly, apparently, based on multiple witnesses saying that, including Uncle Kevin and now Kayla. Oh, wow. Right. Also, I just want to put it out there. I'm not trying to make excuses for Kayla, okay? But imagine the combination of being with a domestic violence aggressor who is also a coercive controller, okay, and a stalker, a career criminal. We've looked at his dark criminal past before, so he's actually got stalking cases and, whips out knives and guns and things. Very, very dangerous guy. And on top of that, being so heavily into, the cycle of substance abuse. Like, Kayla was so addicted, I think she was just focused on that. And then there's this really scary guy that she had married. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So I just mean that combination can be very scary. I'm just putting that out there. Just want to keep that in mind.
Was she your stepdaughter?
Yes.
It is scary.
This witness what's been previously marked as State's Exhibit 98 for identification. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Who's depicted in this image?
Harmony and myself.
And can you point to Harmony? And is there a date associated with this image?
Yes, July 7th, 2019.
And do you recognize this image?
Yes.
Is it a fair and accurate representation of Harmony on that day?
Yes.
Who's the other person depicted in that picture with Harmony?
Myself.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you that day?
Yeah.
Do you know
you made her touch the picture?
I did.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 98.
Objection?
She's a lot more emotional already compared to the weapons trial. So at least now she's allowed to talk about Harmony and what happened to her. There, she wasn't allowed to mention it at all. The weapons trial took place in June of 2023, and that is where Adam Montgomery was sentenced to many, many decades in prison. Right. Lisa said, who was the girlfriend that died of an OD? What was her name? Her name was Kelsey Small. Yeah.
And published.
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit, and it may be published to the jury.
Shame.
Ayla, what were you and Harmony doing in this photograph?
We were taking pictures and laughing, playing. We always did silly pictures.
You mentioned getting custody of Harmony at some point. Do you remember when that was?
It was the month of February of 2019.
And where were you living when you got custody of Harmony?
77 Guilford Street in Manchester, New Hampshire.
When you got custody of Harmony, was she potty trained?
Yes.
That's a good answer.
Was she potty trained after you got her or before you got her?
Before.
Oh, that's the third person now that said that Harmony, who was only 5, you guys, when she died, when she was allegedly murdered, right? That's what this trial is about. If you don't know anything about the case, please check out the description box. You can see a write-up that I've made there for you of the case background, so you can just quickly read that. And then, of course, the playlist where you can catch up lots. But this is the third person now that said that Harmony was potty trained. Her mother said it. Her mother said it, the foster parents said it, and now Kayla says it as well. And the reason that obviously comes up is because, as the story goes, Adam was getting furious with Harmony after the family had been evicted from that home, 77 Guilford Street. This case takes place in New Hampshire, if you didn't know. They were living in a Chrysler Sebring. So it was Adam and Kayla and Harmony, and then Adam and Kayla's 2 sons, who were 2.5 years old and 10 months old at the time. Okay, so they with them living in the car. I'm not too sure how Adam thought that, Harmony at age 5 is going to be able to say, okay, now I really need the bathroom, because it sounded like when they were living in the house, based on what Uncle Kevin said, she was very abused, So she was terrified and traumatized and would have toilet accidents while she was in the back of the car. And Adam would get increasingly angry with her until on December 7th of 2019, allegedly beat her to death. So that is what the case is about. That's why they're asking about potty training, in case anyone's wondering, what is that question all about? Thank you so much for being a member for 14 months. Grey Wolf Paranormal.
Wow, good for them.
Did she have accidents when you first got her?
When people support you.
So you mentioned 77 Guilford Street. When did you move into that home?
It was in 2018. Probably around April or May. I think it was around that time.
Whose home was it?
Adam's grandmother's, Helen Montgomery.
Did she live there with you at any point?
Yes, when we were staying there in the beginning, she lived there.
And in the beginning, who else lived there with you?
Adam's uncle, Kevin Montgomery, Adam's brother, Michael Montgomery, and Adam's brother's girlfriend, Kayla. I don't remember her last name.
Another Kayla, though.
Yeah. And myself and Adam, and we had Seamus.
How old was Seamus when you moved into that house?
About to turn 1.
Would you recognize that Guilford Street house if you saw it today?
Yes.
Yes.
Jenny Dawn, I did read that on social media. I didn't hear it, but I read that Adam doesn't want to come to court because he doesn't want to be strip searched. Like,
what?
Now, for real, what kind of coward are we talking about here? I thought he's a career criminal, Mr. Gangster. He doesn't want to come to the courtroom because he doesn't want to be strip searched?
He's a coward.
What is up with that? If that is true,
coward.
What is going on there?
He's going to be stripping up in prison.
Previously marked.
He's going to be doing more than stripping.
Exhibits 1 and 2. Can you look at those for me, please?
That's the house. And this was Harmony's room.
And do you recognize the items that are depicted in those exhibits?
Yes.
Are they fair and accurate representations of what's contained in those exhibits?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 1 and 2.
They're already full. I think they are.
Already
I think they're already full.
I move to publish, Your Honor.
Yes, you may.
Smurf, Anna, we speaking the same language. I know, right? Adam Montgomery, I think he is such a control freak. It's an understatement. That's why I say he's a coercive controller. He wants control and power at all times. And I think he's playing games with that. But Sure. To be like, I'm not being strip searched. Really? You will find at your weapons trial, sir. Show up in the courtroom. And we thought that maybe when Kayla's on the stand, he'll be in the courtroom, but apparently not. Apparently not.
Kayla, State's Exhibit 2. What can you tell us about this room?
Adam and I helped decorate this room right before Harmony came to live at Guilford Street. And she really likes Minnie Mouse.
When you say she really liked Minnie Mouse, who is she?
Harmony.
I found this picture of Harmony dressed like this, like with a Minnie Mouse theme. Shame, look at her. She's so cute. Oh my goodness.
Look how adorable Harmony is. She is so adorable. Why would anyone want to hurt a precious, adorable little girl just because she cannot go to the bathroom? I mean, for God's sake, come on now. The way he was whooping her, she cannot hold her bowels like that. There's a reason for everything. And you know what? I want to know, was he sexually abusing this little girl also? I said that yesterday. I want to know if he was sexually abusing her.
She really liked Minnie Mouse, and yesterday they mentioned that she had like a Minnie Mouse sticker on the wall as well in her room at that Guilford Street house. Yeah.
When you say you helped decorate the room, what did you do to decorate it?
Got the Minnie Mouse wall decor that stick to the wall, and got her a whole new bed set, blankets and sheets.
There's no bed in that photo, but was Harmony's bed in that room?
Yes.
Where would it have been located in relation to that image?
Right next to the window.
And Kayla, whose room was that prior to Harmony moving in?
It was Helen Montgomery's room.
Let me turn it this way for a minute because I smoke my cigarette.
Kayla, I'm showing you it's been.
She better stay hydrated because, my goodness, I think she's going to be talking a lot on the stand today. As I said, the weapons trial, she was on the whole day. So I can only imagine this could be a day or two of her testimony, right? Based on everything she's now allowed to share. Sarcasm for fun. Oh, my goodness. Thank you so much.
As State's Exhibit 10.
Make you want to smoke 1,000 cigarettes in this case.
Yeah, it was Harmony's toothbrush.
Is it a fair and accurate representation for Harmony's toothbrush?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 10.
Any objection? No. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published.
I wish they could show the camera a little bit as well.
Kayla, you mentioned that Helen moved out and Harmony took over the room.
Yes, she moved out of the room, but she was still living at the house.
Did she eventually leave the house?
Yes.
When was that?
In May of 2019.
Do you know where she went?
Florida.
Kayla, I want to turn your attention to July of 2019. So several months after Helen moved out. Were you still living in the Guilford Street home in July of 2019?
Yes.
And who was living there with you at that point?
It was myself and Adam and his uncle Kevin. And it was Seamus and our son Declan and Harmony and his brother.
At the time when Harmony died, Adam and Kayla had 2 kids, 2 boys. And then later, they had a third child, which was a daughter. Crime Curious, thank you so much for stopping by. You said checking in with no spoilers. Thank you so much.
Hey, Katie.
I'm at lunch with the communications director and pool photographer. They are very kind and I'm learning a lot. Please send them our regards here from me and all the Grizzlies at Grizzly True Crime. That would be amazing. If you could say hi from us. We are there in spirit with all of you. Thank you for all your hard work with the research. If you guys don't know who Crime Curious is, go check her channel out. I make sure to catch up there because Jen from Crime Curious is in the courtroom every day. She's attending this trial. She traveled there to attend the trial, and she's got a website that's linked in my description
down.
box
I'm paying attention, guys.
crimecurious.com. You can go /Montgomery.
I am sharing.
Find bullet points. There's everything we love, you guys. There's bullet points, there's maps, there's a who's who section. It's really, really great. So thank you so much, Crime Curious. Okay, deep breaths, everyone. Let's keep listening. I think it's going to get worse.
Michael and his girlfriend Kayla were still living there for a couple weeks until they moved out and went to Florida with her.
You mentioned this earlier, but where were you working at that point in your life?
I was working at Dunkin' Donuts.
Were you eventually terminated from your work at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was stealing money from the register.
Did you admit to stealing money?
Yes.
Did you actually write a letter acknowledging that you had stolen?
Yes.
Did you take responsibility for what you'd done at Dunkin'?
Yes.
You mentioned that in July of 2019, Kevin Montgomery was still living in the Guilford Street home.
Yes.
Did he eventually leave for Florida after Helen?
I don't remember where he went. I remember Helen had surgery. She had open triple bypass surgery. And I don't remember if Kevin went to Florida. And I think he went to Mass too. I don't remember where he went.
Let me ask you this. Do you remember him being gone from the house for several weeks?
Yes.
And let's talk about that period where Kevin's gone from the house. Okay. You were still working at that point?
Yes.
What were your hours like at work?
I worked 6 a.m. to 2 p.m. And I also covered shifts if they needed help.
The 3 children that you mentioned?
Yes.
Where were they when you were at work?
With Adam.
And so in July of 2019, your youngest, Declan, how old would he have been?
He was about 6 months old.
And you said you were working from 6 a.m. to 2 p.m.?
Yes.
Did you like that setup?
Yes.
When you get home from work at 2 p.m., what would you do? What would your day look like?
I would come back home and help take care of the kids and feed them regularly, get them ready for bed later. We'd watch movies or they'd be playing.
You mentioned Kevin Montgomery leaving for some period.
Yes.
Did he return to the home at some point?
Yes, he showed up with Helen.
So before that, though, in July of 2019, did he return to the home at some point?
I don't remember.
Do you remember overhearing a conversation between Kevin and the defendant, Adam?
Yes.
What was the tone of that conversation?
They were arguing about a situation that happened with Harmony.
What was Kevin's tone in that argument? How did he sound?
He sounded angry.
Like always, probably.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? Are we approach?
Yes.
Okay, we've got an objection and a little bit of sidebar. Thank you all for being here. Based on what we already know from the probable cause affidavit and what Kayla has shared with the police, I can only imagine today's going to be tough. Okay, so make sure you look after yourself and your mental health. If you need to take a break, just know that we will save your seat for you. Anytime you want to come back, we'll be right here. Okay?
I like her.
I'll be here throughout.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think it's very...
Yeah, I agree with her. Because mental health is very important. And yesterday, oh, I'm so loud. Yesterday it was very, very heavy. We was just in a state of like, wow, I don't believe this. Like Megan was like, I wanted to damn throw the remote control at the TV. So if I can't even imagine what's gonna come out of her mouth today, because she is the main witness. She lived this, she lived it, she's seen it, she witnessed it and everything. So just prepare yourself, guys. And thank you all for being here. I do appreciate that. You guys know that. You ladies know that.
Very long, let's just see. There we go.
Also, please go check her channel out. The link is right
Kayla,
there.
you mentioned Kevin sounded angry.
Yes.
Was this a quiet conversation?
No.
How would you describe it?
Yelling at each other back and forth. Argumentative. Yeah, it was just loud and angry.
Where were you during this conversation?
In the living room of the house in Guilford Street.
And where were the children?
Playing.
Did you understand what they were talking about?
Yes. I know that they were arguing about a black eye that Harmony had. That I was told that.
So the black eye that Harmony had you seen that before that argument?
Yes.
And tell this jury where you saw that black eye.
On the
first
side.
time you saw it.
It was on the side of her face right here. It was really red. It didn't really turn black and blue until like the next day.
So she's also pointing to her right eye, which is what Uncle Kevin initially did too. Interesting.
So the first day you saw it, when it was red, really red, how did you see that? Where were you?
I came home from work and I saw her face and it was red, and I was told that.
And let me stop you there. You came home from work.
Yeah.
So this would have been around 2 p.m.?
Yeah.
Did you have an understanding of where Harmony had been that day?
Yes.
And tell us where that was.
She was at home at Guilford Street.
Who was she at home with?
With Adam and Uncle Kevin and Seamus and Declan.
And when you got home, when you saw this injury, the redness to Harmony's eye, did you ask the defendant what happened to her?
Yes.
What did he tell you?
That her and Seamus were playing and Seamus hit her in the face with the lightsaber by accident.
We heard that story yesterday as well from the DCYF, the former DCYF worker as well. I don't believe that story. A foam lightsaber? Yeah, I don't think so.
You heard that confrontation between the defendant and Kevin. Did you confront the defendant?
Yes, I asked him.
And at that point, did he tell you a new story about this injury to Harmony's eye?
No, it was the same. Well, yeah, he ended up telling me after.
What was the new story he told you?
That he ended up hitting her in the face because...
Okay, whoa. I just really want to clarify this, and then we're going to listen to that because it's a new story, right? He's telling many stories, but then layer by layer, he maybe tells her the truth. Monica says Uncle Kevin said he thinks it was the left eye, although he pointed to the right eye. Yes, I do remember that. It's just interesting that he also pointed to that side as well.
She covered our son's mouth because he was crying and he was in the bathroom. He went to the bathroom. Declan was crying, and Harmony had her hand over his mouth, and he came out of the bathroom and saw that, and his lips were blue, purple blue, and he hit her.
Did he describe how he hit her?
He smacked her in the face.
Did he acknowledge causing that injury?
Yes.
So remember, Adam Montgomery is facing charges of second-degree assault, second-degree murder, and tampering with a witness. I'm not sure exactly which witness, but is that this one?
Right.
This one. But I'm thinking, what do you think? I feel like the second-degree assault charge is being well proven, especially by Uncle Kevin's testimony, even a little bit what the DCYF worker said. He did see red marks around Harmony's eye. And then, what some neighbors saw as well. I think the second-degree assault seems, in my opinion, to be proven. Let me know what you think. The second-degree murder is going to be a difficult one to prove, because they've never found Harmony's body.
Right. And
I
was going to say that.
The cycle of substance abuse at the time when she was arrested. And so I believe she's on some kind of medication to help her, overcome
she said that.
those addictions while she's there in.
What did Kevin say in that conversation? Hey, we brush?
Yes.
I'm sorry, y'all. Damn.
Okay, we got an objection and a little bit of sidebar. Thank you all for being.
It's where.
Hey, let's go get lunch. What's wrong?
Sorry.
Man, it's tax season and I don't know what to do.
Well, do your taxes.
Our friend lived.
What was your friend's name?
Anthony Bodero.
Did you tell Mr. Bodero that you were living there in that parking lot?
He asked us not to, but yes.
Flower Girl, they did go to a shelter shortly after living in the car for a bit. I can't remember the exact amount of days. I think it was 10 days that they lived in the car. And then they went to a place called Families in Transition, a shelter. But by then, Adam had allegedly murdered Harmony and put her in a duffel bag and carried her body around for about 4 months, which is very disturbing.
That is so sick.
And so can you just describe the sleeping arrangement in that vehicle for you and your family at the time?
So Adam would sleep in the driver's seat. I slept in the passenger seat. And Harmony was behind the passenger seat. And the baby, Declan, was in the middle. And Seamus was behind the driver's seat.
Kayla, I asked you earlier about whether Harmony was potty trained when you got custody of her. And I believe you said she was.
Yes.
Did that change at some point after the eviction?
Yes.
And tell the jury about that. What happened to Harmony?
She wouldn't let us know when she had to use the bathroom. And so she was peeing in the car, just in her seat that she was sitting in. And she wouldn't tell us that she had to use the bathroom.
Was she only peeing or was she having other accidents at the time?
She was also pooping.
How frequently was this occurring for Harmony?
A lot. Like at least every day.
And did those accidents, did they increase in frequency the longer you were in that car?
Yes.
How was the defendant responding when she had these accidents?
Getting angry.
What do you do when
what an inappropriate response from her dad. That's her father. Remember, I know he's just a sperm donor. We don't like to call him a dad because he wasn't a father's ass, right? But to think that Harmony was too scared to even verbalize that she really needed the toilet. And then she's so terrified that she relieves herself, and then Adam punishes her. It's really heartbreaking. So it's not just the one time that he hit her like that. It's many times, right?
And that's what I was just about to say. The fear in her is not just one time. You know what I'm saying? And it's not like a pow pow. He is like hitting her like he's hitting a man in the street. And then you living in the van. Now where the heck was she supposed to go to the bathroom at? You know what I mean? Right. I agree, Megan. Her biological mom said the accidents were her response to fear and cry for help. Ain't that the truth? I totally agree with that. Totally agree with that. Oh my God. This is already heavy now. We just started getting into it, right, Megan? Damn. Imagine where it's going after this. Oh my Lord.
Anything physically to her when she had accidents?
Yeah, he would smack her.
And what does that mean, that he would smack her?
He would smack her in the face, or on her leg, or in her hand.
Were these soft smacks,
No,
hard smacks, or something else?
Not.
They were like hurt, stomp.
So yes, Liz reminds us this is a trigger warning for anyone who has witnessed domestic violence, especially on children, or has suffered domestic violence.
Yes, trigger warning, y'all.
Stressing and triggering topic for you. If you need to take a break, I hope you'll be back later. We will save you a seat, and we totally understand. But just know we are all here together, so you're in a safe space here.
That's right. Over here too, y'all.
So here we go.
Smacks.
What makes you say hurt, stung, smacks?
Because she would cry during, like, whenever she got smacked by him, and I could hear it, and it sounds like it hurt.
I'm sorry, you could hear the crying or you could hear the smack?
Smack and the crying.
When you say she was crying, who's she?
Harmony.
Those strikes, were they manifesting in any way on Harmony?
Yes.
How were they manifesting on her?
The more accidents she had, the more he would get angry, and he would hit her repetitively.
Was the defendant causing visible injuries to Harmony?
Yes.
I'm sorry?
Yes.
And tell us about those injuries.
When he would hit her, she started getting black eyes and bruises on her face, on her legs. Yeah.
Did you ever see her bleed as a result of being struck by him?
No, I didn't see that.
Did you ever see the defendant attempt to cover Harmony?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors how he did that?
He would cover her with the comforter that we had in the car.
Why would he cover her?
So nobody could see her.
Wow.
How often would he cover Harmony?
All the time. Anytime that we had interference with anybody, no matter who it was.
Was this only when you went out in public, or was it when you were still in that parking lot, or both?
Both.
Kayla, were you involved in a car accident on November 29th of 2019?
Yes.
And I want to turn your attention to that day. Who were you with that day?
Tabitha, Scott.
Who else was in the vehicle during that accident?
Adam, myself, Harmony, and the two boys.
Oh Lord.
Who was driving?
Adam.
That Sebring, did you regularly drive it? Did you drive it at all?
Yeah, I didn't drive it, but he did. He had the license. I did not.
You didn't have a license at the time?
No.
So you said that Adam was driving, the defendant was driving the vehicle. Where were you in position to the rest of the people in the vehicle?
I was sitting with Harmony in the back seat behind the passenger side.
And where was Harmony?
Next to me and Declan. She was in between.
And where was Seamus?
In his car seat on the other side of Declan.
Would that have been behind the driver's seat?
Yes.
You mentioned Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Who was she to you?
She's been one of my friends for a long time.
And she was in the car with you that day?
Yes.
Where was she seated?
In the passenger seat.
And what was Tabitha Scott doing with you that day?
We were going to get drugs.
And can you just walk us through the accident, how it occurred?
There was a stop sign, and it was an intersection. There was a stop sign. It was a four-way intersection, and there was a truck that went through their stop sign, and we already had stopped, so we were going, and ended up hitting that car, the truck.
Did law enforcement respond to that accident?
Yes.
Did you see an officer?
Yes.
Were the officers able to see Harmony?
No.
Tell the jurors why not.
Adam didn't want the officers to see her because she had black eyes, so she was covered with a blanket.
You see, someone mentioned in chat just now, just flew past you. Thank you all for being here and chatting and sharing your thoughts and for keeping it grizzly, as we say, which over here means kind and respectful. Don't fight with each other, right? Because obviously a lot of emotions come up when we listen to stuff like this. But someone had mentioned earlier, maybe, Adam wouldn't want to take her to the toilets or the bathrooms in the daytime because then people would see her bruises and the black eye and things like that. So maybe it really make her wait. Like, no, you're not going to go now. We're not going now. We'll go later, which that is a scary thought as well.
Were there other people, specific individuals that...
Sorry, Adam is not in the courtroom today either.
That he would cover Harmony up?
Of course, but he's a coward.
Yes.
And tell us who those individuals were.
It was Anthony Madero, and when Tabby was in the car, she didn't look at her, she didn't see her, but she knew she was in the car.
Kayla, so this accident occurred on November 29th.
Yes.
I want to turn your attention to December 7th of 2019.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you?
Yes.
Why?
This is the date that Harmony passed away.
The day that Harmony passed away?
Yeah.
Were you still living in the car at that point?
Yes.
Were you still sleeping in the Colonial Village parking lot?
Yes.
Oh.
You mentioned Harmony having accidents and then becoming more frequent at that point. On December 7th, was she still having those accidents?
Yes.
And had they increased in frequency?
Yes.
Did Harmony have an accident first thing in the morning?
Yes.
And that would have been before you started your day?
Yes.
What happened when she had that accident?
Adam repetitively kept punching her in the head.
Okay. So I want to break that up. That morning, where did you wake up?
At Colonial Village.
And what happened first thing in the morning that morning?
We went to the methadone clinic.
And before you left for the methadone clinic, did Harmony have an accident?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do before you went to the methadone clinic? What did the defendant do to Harmony after that accident?
He was yelling and screaming at her and punching her in the head.
Mm-hmm.
How did she react to that?
She was crying.
You mentioned the methadone clinic. Was that Habit Opco?
Yes.
And what did you do at the methadone clinic that morning?
Got my dose of methadone, and Adam got his also.
I told you.
Do you remember who went in first?
No, I don't remember who went first.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
I'm pretty sure she's on methadone right now. So she's not using, which is good. So congratulations to her. You know what I'm saying? But she was on methadone back then, both of them, and they were still using on top of the methadone, which is the worst you can do. The worst. So I want to see what she has to say with this.
On day one, when the jury got the instructions and then they went on a jury view, they did take them past that methadone clinic as well. So now in hindsight, actually, I think it was great that they did the jury view on the first day. You know, normally it would be opening statements and then at some point they'd go on the jury view, but they actually went on the first day because that was the day that Adam, you know, I think he's playing games, decided to be like, okay, I'm going to concede guilt to 2 charges so that then he could blame Kayla for everything.
Right.
You know,
yes,
so
Katie,
on the first day, they went past that methadone
just
clinic. If you
rages at
missed the
anything.
map time from
You
that,
got
it's
an
on
anger
yesterday's
problem.
stream, which was a combination of day 1 and 2. It was a day 1 recap, and then we kicked off with day 2's opening statements and all the witnesses. Go check that out. It's timestamped. You could see the map time of exactly where they went, which
And
also
the
helps
drugs
us
wasn't
visualize,
helping.
right? Okay.
Him getting high and doing methadone. Woo, baby. I'm surprised they still alive. I'm addicted to stuff that smells good. Y'all don't mind me.
As you can see, there's no Adam in the courtroom.
Not at all. I want to see when he takes the stand. That's what I'm waiting for.
Bill, I'm handing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 89.
Okay.
I'm just going to ask that you review the second.
And remember
I'm just
yesterday.
going to pause because I see a repeat of the same question. So I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page, that I here on Grizzly True Crime offer delayed trial coverage so that we never have to sit around and wait through those coffee breaks and lunch breaks and things. Because when I watch trials, I don't like those breaks. You know, I know that the staff and everyone there, they need to take their lunch break, but like, I just want to see everything. So that is what I do here for you, is start it later and then we could just teleport right through that. So if you guys see people asking those questions, please help me answer them as well, you know, because you guys know how it goes. There's a lot of newbies here as well. So I hope that you'll catch the vibe that we have over here. Thank you so much for being here as we watch day 3 of the Adam Montgomery trial together.
And remember yesterday, they said that his son will be doing a video call. He can't go on in front of them because he is so fearful of his father. So that just tells you, oh, wow.
Okay.
The item I just handed you, what is that?
Our dose history from our the clinic.
And that's Habit Opco.
Yes.
And having looked at those records, do you recall who went into the clinic first that morning?
Yes, I did.
What time was that at?
7:04 in the morning.
And what time did the defendant go in?
It was 7:09 in the morning.
She went in
At
first.
this time, I moved to strike ID of State's Exhibit 89 and Marcus Bull.
Any objection? Okay. The ID is stricken and entered as a full exhibit.
Okay, so they're starting to focus on, of course, the day that Harmony was murdered. So that's December the 7th of 2019. So based on what we know from all the trial prep we did and reading through that entire probable cause affidavit, which was very difficult, I think things are about to get rough. Okay, so just buckle up. You know that we are here together. It's really distressing. Please share this as well. You can like and share this live stream with hashtag DV awareness, as well as all the other hashtags that I've suggested in the description box.
Okay, well, can you tell the jurors what happened when Adam returned to the vehicle after his methadone treatment?
When Adam came back to the vehicle, he could smell urine, and
Jeez.
he started yelling at Harmony and kept hitting her in the head repetitively.
Where were you when he smelt that accident? Where was the vehicle when he smelt that accident?
In front of the methadone clinic.
Did you discuss going somewhere with him at any point that morning? Going to get food?
Yes. I asked to go to Burger King.
You asked to go to Burger King.
Yes.
And so at some point, did he begin driving the vehicle?
Yes.
Was that before or after he repeatedly struck Harmony?
After.
What was Harmony doing at that point when he started driving the vehicle?
She was crying a lot.
She was crying a lot.
Yeah. And she was making a weird noise.
Was she saying anything?
No.
And Kayla, I want you to walk the jurors through in as much detail as you can what happened on your route from Habidaco to that Burger King.
Adam was getting really angry.
Okay, pause. Someone had just asked why did they go to the methadone clinic? Both Adam and Kayla were struggling with substance abuse. By the sounds of it, Adam took a lot of different types of drugs. The main one was heroin. So I think they went to this methadone clinic to try to recover, right? It was like treatment. So they say the opioid dependent patient takes a daily dose of methadone as a liquid or pill. This reduces their withdrawal symptoms and cravings for opioids. So that's what they do that for, right? Peace and Serenity says, did she get a plea deal to testify? Yes, she did. So if you missed part 1, especially of our trial prep, go and check that out over the weekend sometime. I'd recommend checking out part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which is on the playlist, because you could watch it at 1.5 speed if you need to, catch up real quick. There's lots of things that we went over there. But yes, thank you so much for your sticker as well. So this timeline is horrifying because they went to this methadone clinic on Market Street at like 7 in the morning to get methadone. And then by then, when Adam came back out of that methadone clinic and he could smell that Harmony had wet her pants, he beat her a lot to the point where she later died. But they first drove to Burger King. I mean, this is just... there is an Elm Street in this case. They drove all along Elm Street there. So it really is the real life, like, nightmare on Elm Street, right? Oh my goodness.
Angry from Harmony peeing in the car, and he repetitively kept punching her on the way to Burger King, and there were a couple red lights, and when we were at red lights, he would go over the driver's seat, like in between the passenger seat, and he was just punching her repetitively in the head.
If you don't like commentary, remember there's other places to watch without a talking head. Okay, go watch on mainstream media channels where there's no one talking, right? So I just want to explain here and there what happens because of all the prep that we did. So the thing is, many of us wondered, would part of his defense be like, how are they going to say that Adam, was driving the car and beating Harmony at the same time? How? But now we can hear it's when they stopped at traffic lights, then he would resume the abuse on Harmony. Even more horrifying.
You've said There were several times where he punched her repetitively in the head.
Yes.
How many times did he hit her?
I can't count. I don't know.
Were you counting?
No, it wasn't.
Well, she wasn't.
How many lights did that car come to where he repetitively struck her?
At least 2 or 3.
Between Habitaco and the Burger King, did the defendant say anything about Harmony?
Told her to shut the fuck up. Stop crying.
You said she was making a weird noise.
Yes.
Can you describe it?
It was like, I can't even describe it. It was like a moaning kind of noise, but crying. It was just weird. I can't explain it.
Did you try to help Harmony while he was striking her?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what you did to try to help.
I put my arm up and said to stop, but he looked at me and he gave me this look that was like evil. I know that look. Eyes. I didn't like it, and I couldn't stop him from hitting her because the look that he gave me was scary. I was scared.
The mask slipped right off, right?
Right. Yes.
Speculated. Imagine if he's a serial killer, because he's committed murders before. So if you haven't seen the video where we looked at his dark criminal past, there's a lot of red flags there. So that look must be terrifying. But to think that
I've definitely seen a look like that before in my past. But the thing to me is, y'all, he has done all these things before and he still remains on the street before as well. Didn't he pop somebody before? Why was he on the street? This is the state's fault as well. I mean, CPS has a big part in this. This young lady has a big part in this. The family members has a big part in this. But the system has a big part in this too, because they let this monster stay on the street until he snapped and unalived his child. This is a shame. Just because the prison is filled up and they cannot have any more.
5-year-old girl saw that look many times. It's
damn
absolutely
shame.
Devastating.
What were you feeling when he looked at you like that?
You know what I'm saying?
Like he was either going to hit me or just,
Katie.
I don't know.
Katie,
it was weird.
My
and
girl.
that was like one of the first times that I've seen him look at me like that.
Was it the last time you saw him look at you like that?
Call it in at traffic lights.
And we'll talk about that more. But I want to focus on this drive.
It's crazy.
You said that Harmony's crying. She's making this weird noise.
Yeah.
Where was she in the vehicle?
I don't know, Katie,
she was
baby.
behind the passenger seat.
And who was in front of her in that car?
I was.
You described the defendant almost coming over the seat.
Yes.
Was he still driving at that point?
Kind of. Like between the red lights, and it definitely at the red lights. I remember that.
How was he striking her?
By punching her in the head.
Jesus.
Where were your other 2 children at that time?
In the back seat.
And what were they doing?
They had no idea what was going on.
What you mean they had no idea what was going on?
That's what we were worried about as well. Were the kids literally sitting right next to Harmony when all this was happening? Yep.
Yes.
They were also in the back.
Right.
So if you didn't know, Kayla's 2 boys. So Kayla and Adam had 2 sons at that point. They later had a daughter as well. So the sons were 2.5 years old and 10 months old. Harmony was 5.
Jesus.
So while all this is going on, the boys are in the back. Oh my goodness.
How old were they?
Seamus was about 2.5, and Declan was 11 months old.
Did you look back at Harmony at any point?
No,
Why not?
because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
If Adam was going to say something or if he hurt her really bad, it was going to look really bad.
You were scared of what Harmony would look like? That attempt to intervene, were you successful in that?
No.
Did he stop after that?
Shortly after that,
Shortly after that. Did he say anything to you when he stopped?
he said he thinks that he really hurt her. And he felt something.
And yet he didn't go get help still.
Initially, in some of her interviews, I believe it was, she said, and we read it from the probable cause affidavit, that Adam said, I think I really hurt her this time.
Right.
That would have been important for Kayla to say, for the jury, you know, this time. Because that would also help to continue to build the evidence from multiple witnesses that Adam abused Harmony
before.
Like on an ongoing basis, it sounds like, right?
Right.
Okay.
When he said that he thinks he really hurt her, where was the vehicle at that point?
At Burger King?
At the Burger King?
Yes.
And what did the defendant do after he stopped hitting Harmony, after he said, I think I really hurt her?
Nothing.
Yes, cigarette went out. So that means I need to stop smoking then.
Did you order food from Burger King?
Yes.
Where was Adam when you were ordering food from Burger King?
In the driver's seat.
Did you go inside to the Burger King or something else?
No. I don't remember going in there.
Did you go through the drive-thru?
Yes.
And so who ordered the food?
Adam did.
And what did you do with the food that he had ordered?
I got something to say, but I'm away.
Ate it, gave some to the kids.
Where were you when you ate the food?
In the parking lot.
Which parking lot?
Of Burger King.
It's so horrifying
to
think that.
Say it,
like,
girl.
I have no words.
Say it, because I'm about to say it.
Harmony. I don't like saying these words. It's horrible, but it's what happened. He hit Harmony so many times that she was just making sounds and crying and all that, right? And had later died from that, right?
Hold on, girl. Let me see what my people's got to say. Hey, Megan, baby. Maybe it is just me, but how can you eat? Come on, Megan, after witnessing all that. Damn, Megan. Wow. That's what I was just about to say. Wow. You thought the same thing too, Katie? That's why I paused the video, because I was just about to say that shit. How could you freaking eat while witnessing what you just witnessed? Now, I know everybody got sympathy for this girl because they saying she was abused. And I get that because y'all know my story. Y'all know some of it. Y'all don't know all of it yet. But come on now. Like Megan said earlier when we first started, to what point of abuse would you be enough? Come on now. This is a human. This was a baby. She was 5 years old. I'd rather take the ass whoopings to save that little girl's life. But like I said yesterday, I don't know if you were still here, Megan, last night when I was talking about, I think the reason that she didn't say anything is because, remember, he was supplying the drugs, allegedly. He was supplying the drugs. So if she would have called and got him arrested, how would she have gotten high? I mean, she could have been a trick because she could have got that, got that money and used that. But he was basically supporting her habit. by a person like myself who's in recovery for as many years as I've been, I'm telling you, I really think that that's a little piece of why she scared, yeah, but I really think that that's a little piece of why. All I could think of is she wasn't in the right state of mind. Everybody got their own opinion, but as being an addict, because I know about being an addict, you just gotta know. You gotta, you know what I'm saying? And I'm putting myself in her, thinking about putting myself in her shoes. I'm thinking about what she would have said. Well, if I get this dude locked up, how am I gonna get high? Because he's out there getting the drugs, he's out there supporting her habit. Yeah, he's whipping her behind, but he's also supporting her habit. Well, that, and he threatened her life. Exactly. He also threatened her life. But I also think it's about the drugs too. But let's continue. We'll see.
But they went to Burger King. Imagine that drive-through person like, "Hi, can I take your order today? What would you like, sir?" And all of that. Meanwhile, there's a little girl dying in the back of the car. It's just like, it's really nightmarish stuff, this, okay? This is very, very upsetting. And to think that they then went to the parking lot and they were eating their Burger King while Harmony was dying. I mean, that is
Right.
just...
That's what I'm saying.
Now,
While
the kids
she
were
was
behind you.
being
at that point.
unalive.
Yes.
Is that what you testified to?
Yes.
And who gave them food?
I did.
Did you see Harmony when you were giving them food?
No.
Why not?
Because she was under the blanket.
Who put her under the blanket?
Adam.
My word. I have to stop. I know that some of you appreciate this. Many of you do. We have to just like take it bit by bit here. Like, what? Okay, so he covered Harmony with a blanket. Just like, oh, let's just cover her with a blanket and get some food. What? I mean, and then what? They all like in the car eating what? Chicken nuggets and...
Yep, that's what they was doing.
You know, just having their breakfast while Harmony's dying. In the same car. Right next to the boys. Like,
Right.
Oh my goodness.
But she had a chance while she was in that methadone program to tell the
That's the same blanket
what's going
that
on.
you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
The same blanket he would cover her with?
Yes.
Where did you go from the Burger King parking lot, Kayla?
Went back to Colonial Village
And how did you get there?
with the vehicle, Adam driving.
Was Harmony still in?
Sorry. Kelly said, how could she have a third child with him after she watched him kill Harmony is beyond me. That makes no sense unless it was drug-induced life decisions. I would speculate it was probably drug-induced life decisions, or we don't know if he sexually assaulted her or something with this type of guy that we're dealing with here, you know?
Right.
There's another option. What if he essayed her multiple times? How do we know?
Right. Right.
You know? We don't know if she is a victim of his as well.
Right.
Oh, but this is very difficult to hear just how clocked out she was. She must have been really, really high to be like, oh, okay, let's eat some Burger King. And like, okay, but there's like a 5-year-old girl like dying in the back of this car.
First of all, when I used to get high,
shake them
I couldn't
awake.
eat, so I don't know how the hell they used to eat.
It's just unbelievable.
Under the blanket when you arrived at Colonial Village?
Yes.
And that moaning that you mentioned, that weird noise that she was making, was she still making it?
No.
How long did that noise that she was making last?
I don't remember. It wasn't. I don't remember. I don't remember if it was too long. I don't remember if it was after we were at Colonial Village for a little bit, or if it was before.
That moaning, did it eventually stop?
Yes.
Did you check on Harmony at any point after the moaning stopped?
No.
Say
Did
she
Adam?
No.
Why didn't you check on her?
Because I was scared.
Stop saying you were scared. Please stop saying that. That shit's pissing me off in some way, some point.
When you arrived at the Colonial Village parking lot, when you arrived back there, what did you and the defendant do?
We got drugs and got high.
See?
When you say we got drugs and got high, what drugs did you get, Kayla?
Heroin and crack.
And how long did you use
He
those
was
drugs
the
for in
drug
that parking
handler.
lot?
I don't know.
Probably we were there for probably 10 or 15 minutes.
Previously, they said in the probable cause affidavit, there was a 20 to 25 minute time gap that, Kayla could not account for. So now she's saying, about 15 minutes or so.
She's still
kind of adding up to that timeline. Yes. Someone said that Crystal's in the courtroom. Yeah, I have no doubt that she would be. This must be difficult for her, though, right? To be staring at Kayla and be like, if Crystal's in the courtroom, that's Harmony's biological mother. Crystal, lost custody of Harmony because she was struggling with substance abuse. So this is it's a lot, right? It's a lot to process here. My goodness. Also, I do want to say that I see there's a narrative out there that Kayla was getting pregnant or was pregnant, like while Adam was carrying Harmony's body around and all of that. This happened on December 7th of 2019, and Adam had kept Harmony's body until March of 2020. And I believe that their daughter is 3 years old now. So I think that they got pregnant, at the end of 2020. Something like that. I think so. I've got to work on that timeline as well. But I don't think she was pregnant at that moment. Not that that really matters. It's all just very horrifying.
Yeah, it doesn't matter to me what she was pregnant, to be honest. I don't give a damn.
Where did you go from the Colonial Village parking lot?
I don't remember where we were going, but I know we left.
You left at some point?
Yes.
And what happened when you left the parking lot?
Where was he getting his money from?
We made it to the next street over, going towards Elm Street, and the car died when we got to the traffic light, and it wouldn't start or anything, and so we were stuck without a vehicle.
What was the defendant doing when the car died?
He was trying to get a jump, and there was no jumping the vehicle, and so we ended up having to leave it. And when we were getting out of the car and getting the kids out of the car, Harmony had passed away.
Let's talk about that. When you say Harmony had passed away, when did you realize that Harmony had passed away?
When Adam was trying to wake her up and she didn't reply or anything.
Was he saying things to her to try to wake her up?
Yeah, he said Harmony, and he kept saying baby girl, and trying to budge her, and there was nothing.
Was he touching her?
Yes.
What was he doing to her body at that point?
Trying to figure out what to do and getting all the kids out of the car. He took the duffel bag that was in the trunk, and
no. And he's still like, baby girl, wake up. What?
Right.
So you're going to murder your daughter and then try to wake her up, baby girl. I mean, he didn't know at that time, but he sure found out quick. But he covered her with a blanket. They got Burger King, drove up and down a little bit, and then when the car broke down, then checked on Harmony. Wow. Sure, that is quite something, right? Tracy, good reminder. You said we can respectfully disagree. Do not get combative in chat, please. So Grizzlies, who, you're used to the channel vibe, you've been here for a while. It's always difficult. Don't get all, upset, right? If the chat changes a little bit now, there's lots of new people here. There's 3,500 people here. So the mods are doing the absolute best, okay? But yes, please can we all just, we can agree to disagree, or we can debate, we can share our opinions, just don't fight with each other, okay? But it is a very upsetting topic, and I know people can get very expressive and upset. Let's get upset with Adam Montgomery, shall we?
And
Megan says she woke up every day for well over a year, making the choice to say nothing afterwards, even when he moved out of the area or times he was behind bars, which would leave her. Okay? Exactly, Megan. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. Even when she went to that methadone clinic, Megan, I'm telling you, that clinic has caseworkers there. She could have said something right there. She could have said something right there. So I'm not feeling what, and it's okay. Like, we all have our different opinions. We could disagree with be disagreeable. It's all good. You know what I mean? But I definitely, yeah, I feel what the hell you saying. Shit. I'm not rocking with her self pity. I think that she should do more time in prison. And I'm a victim of domestic violence.
And put her in the duffel bag.
But no way, girl. I definitely. She had an outlet. She had times
You
where she
mentioned this
could have.
duffel bag from the trunk.
Yeah.
Had you seen that duffel bag before, Kayla? What was it used
Yes.
for?
When we got kicked out of the house, we put clothes in there for everybody. And it was in the trunk of the car.
Did you see him put Harmony in that duffel bag?
Yes.
How did he put her in there, Kayla?
He like folded her in half and put her in the double bag.
This guy, he's just like, oh, okay. Remember when we read through the PCA, I was like, really? Like, that's why I started thinking, wait, you gotta look at this guy's past. Because if he's like, okay, oh, well, they just fold it in half and put it in a duffel bag. I mean, what kind of person is that? How many people has he done that to? Maybe none, but that is the most desensitized one could ever be, right? So cold, so monstrous, just like, oh, well, just chuck the clothes out the duffel bag, put it in the duffel bag, and off we go.
Did he call 911 at any point?
No.
Did you?
No.
And when you saw him put her in that duffel bag, did you attempt to get away, to run?
No.
Why not?
They had the two other kids, and I was scared.
Please share the video out, y'all. I do appreciate that.
Something would happen to me or Adam and the kids.
You said you saw him put her in that duffel bag, fold her up, and put her in there.
That's what I'm doing now.
What did her face look like when you saw her go into that bag?
It was all black and blue, and her face was puffy. Her eyes were puffy.
Did he say anything to you after he put her in that duffel bag?
I don't remember.
What did you do after he put her in the duffel bag?
We took the kids and we walked back to Colonial Village.
What did you do once you arrived at Colonial Village?
Put the bag in the snowbank so Anthony wouldn't see it.
I'm sorry, so that who wouldn't see it, Kayla?
Anthony.
That's Anthony Badero.
Yes.
Where was the snowbank that you put? And sorry, let me clarify. Who put her in a snowbank?
Adam.
Where was that snowbank?
So I'll actually just quickly show you. Let me just see if we've still got it here. I think we still have it. Yeah. Okay.
Exodus in many ways.
Quickly here on this map time here. We've got Guilford Street is here. Yes. Okay, we're zooming in, guys. Quick map time. Here's Guilford Street, and here's the Secono Lodge. And I just want to see. Here's the Colonial Village Apartments. And this is where I think the car broke down here. And then there was, thank you, Mr. Grizzly's bringing me some coffee, you guys. Isn't that nice? Okay, so the car broke down here at this West Webster Street and Elm Street. And then they had gone to this Colonial Village Apartments place. And there's a guy there called Anthony Badero. And he's going to be testifying later. They said next week sometime, early next week, actually, they said. So that's what they're talking about. Being here and staying. That guy, Anthony Badero, let them stay in his car, which was an Audi, okay? But they had Harmony's body in a duffel bag. So, oh my goodness. So Adam would hide Harmony's body, which was in a duffel bag, on this snowbank. And they just said, Kayla just said so that Anthony wouldn't see it. That's very hectic. Okay. Just so you know. So if you didn't know, this case takes place in New Hampshire. And we're on day 3 of watching this trial together.
I think he put her in.
In the embankment from the parking lot.
What was around that snow embankment?
A dumpster. And cars and snow.
Oh my gosh. Coco and Kittens, the vehicle accident was about a week before this happened. So, it took about a week for the car to break down after that traffic accident. Yes.
You said he put it in there so that Anthony Badero wouldn't see.
Yeah.
What did the defendant do after he put that duffel bag in the snowbank?
Left her there. And we got a ride from Badero to get the stuff out of our car.
And where was your car at that point?
It was at that street. We ended up leaving it, and when we came to the car, it was already getting towed.
So Mr. Badero gave you a ride back to your vehicle?
You know what's so scary? Imagine if Adam had left the duffel bag in the car, and then by the time they got back to the car, it was already being towed. Ooh. He would have been in a pickle. That would have probably been a good thing. This is just like, what a horrifying case, right? Can you believe all the things that we're hearing? And as we know from that probable cause affidavit, it's going to get worse. It's going to get so much worse from here.
Yes.
Were you able to get belongings out of the vehicle?
Yes.
And who did that? Who got those items out?
Adam and myself.
That vehicle was your home at the time?
Yes.
What did you do after that in terms of a shelter?
Badero let us sleep in his car for the weekend until I figured something out.
Just for the weekend?
Yeah.
Is that what you had asked him for, or is that what he said, just for the weekend?
That's what he said.
And what kind of vehicle did Mr. Badero have?
An Audi.
Do you remember what color it was?
Blue.
Was it a car, a sedan, or an SUV?
A car.
And I want to talk about the time that you were living in that car that weekend. Where was Harmony's body at that point when you were living in Mr. Badero's vehicle?
Right, exactly. Where was she?
In the trunk of the car.
And did the defendant ever move it from the trunk of the car to another location?
Yes.
Where would he put it?
Near the dumpster.
Why?
So Anthony wouldn't see it.
Was it cold outside at the time?
Yes.
You mentioned snow. Was there snow on the ground?
Yes.
Did something happen to the vehicle that first night you were staying in Mr. Badero's car?
Yes, the battery died.
What did the defendant do when the battery died?
Used somebody's phone and called Miss Frayne.
Is that Kimberly Frayne?
Yes.
Are you aware of him communicating with any other people regarding the dead car?
If you guys have never watched the weapons trial, from Adam Montgomery's weapons trial from June of 2023, that Kimberly Frayne was such a snarky witness. She was very interesting to watch. Now, she's not on the witness list for this trial. So when we looked at the highlights from that trial, I didn't actually put her, testimony in. But if you've never seen it before, I think she's the first witness, actually. I think she speaks on day one. Go and check that out. It's only a 4-day trial, that one, okay?
Not that I remember.
At that time, did the defendant have a Facebook account?
Yes.
Do you know if he had a Facebook account?
I don't remember. I don't remember.
But you recall a call to Miss Frayne?
Yes.
And what happened after that call?
She showed up with a battery pack jumper to jump the car.
Was she successful in jumping the car?
Yes.
And what were you doing while that was going on?
I was in the car with the kids.
Where was Miss Frayne?
Outside of the car with Adam.
I was going to ask, where was the defendant? Where was Harmony at that point when the car was being jumped?
In the trunk of the car.
What did you and the defendant do for food during your time in Mr. Badero's car?
Badero bought us pizza and brought it down to the car.
You mentioned being there for 2 nights.
Yes.
And the first night the battery died?
Yes.
When was the pizza given to you?
I think it was the next night. Because he did give us food. For a couple of dinners, he gave us food. We had the pizza and stuff like that.
Could you repeat that, please?
A couple of nights we got pizza.
And did you leave Mr. Badero's vehicle after that weekend?
Yes.
After those 2 nights you left?
Yes.
Did you tell the jurors where you went?
I went to my aunt's house.
And what's your aunt's name?
Kimberly Simmons.
Where did Miss Simmons live at the time?
In Manchester.
Was she on South Main Street?
Yes.
And how did you get to your aunt's home?
Bodero dropped us off.
Your Honor, may I approach?
Yes.
So that's how the Manchester part came up. Okay.
Did you wish we could defluff that? The slurping, the sipping? Does it annoy anyone else? Sorry about that. I just don't want to miss anything.
Girl, you good. I'm over there posting my videos everywhere.
Okay, well, I'm going to hand you 3 exhibits. And I'm just going to ask that you look at the first one and look at what you So that first one, what's been marked as State's Exhibit 25 for identification, do you recognize what's depicted on that item?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
It's the apartment that my aunt lived in.
That again is on South Main Street.
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's apartment?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 25.
Objection? Okay. The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Kayla, when Mr. Badero dropped you, the defendant, and your 2 children off, where was Harmony's body?
In the duffel bag.
And who had that duffel bag?
Adam.
And what did he do with that duffel bag when you got to your aunt's house?
He placed it under the porch.
And you pointed at the exhibit just now. If you could just hold it up and show the jurors where you're pointing.
So she got a good deal with all this, huh? 18 months.
Can you show me where you pointed?
She testifies. She gets 18 months.
So if you can take a look at Exhibit 20, 26, and 27, what's been marked as ID for 26 and 27. What's depicted on those two items?
The porch. Up close.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of your aunt's porch?
Yes.
Is there a difference in the two photos?
Yes. 27 has measuring tape, looks like.
And Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full States Exhibit 26 and 27.
The ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits.
And I move to publish
Miss May.
You mentioned the defendant putting.
Go live on TikTok now. Time to go live on TikTok, y'all.
Yes.
This is the porch that he put her under.
Yes.
Did you go into the home that day, into your aunt's home?
Yes.
How long were you there for, Kayla?
A few hours. We were trying to figure out where to go.
What was the purpose of your trip to your aunt's home?
To talk so that she could talk to my mother, so that she'll let us stay at her place.
What's your mother's name?
Christina Lubin.
So if I understand, you wanted your aunt to talk to your mother?
Yeah.
Did you end up seeing your mother that day?
Yes.
How did you come to see her that day?
She came to pick us all up, myself, Adam, and the kids, the two boys,
Where was Harmony at that point?
in a duffel bag.
And how did your mother pick you up? How did she arrive at your aunt's home?
She came in her van.
And what happened to that bag that Harmony was in when your mother came to pick you up?
We put it in the van.
And when you say we put it in the van, who put it in the van?
Adam.
How long did Harmony's body stay in the van?
Probably about 5 to 10 minutes.
Sure, you guys, it's a very difficult day, right? I hope that you guys are okay. It's pretty stressful. I can feel the anxiety, and it's just like, oh my word, this and the information we know, because now the timelines it's going. Now they're going to get to her mother's house, and they're going to talk about the red cooler, and it's just going to get worse and worse. So just buckle up, brace yourself. It is very difficult. We are here for justice for Harmony Montgomery. Really hope that Adam will never ever get out of prison based on everything we know about him. It's not the usual like we know nothing about this person, innocent or proven guilty. This guy is so guilty of so many things. But here and there, just take a deep breath. If you need to get up, stretch. I might have to get up and stretch here and there as well. Just like, okay. Thank you for being here.
Was it in there while you were traveling somewhere?
Yes.
Where were you going?
To my mother's place.
Did the defendant keep Harmony's body in the van?
For the drive, yes.
What did he do with Harmony's body when you arrived at your mother's home?
He took it out of the van and put her on the side near the trash at first until he figured out where to put her.
And
all
what
right,
did he
guys.
figure
So
out in
now
terms
we
of
are
where to
live
put
on
her?
TikTok, also
There was a
YouTube,
cooler
and both for Facebook.
in the hall walkway that the residents used to get in and out of the building, and it was on my mom's floor level in the hallway. And he put the he put the duffel bag in the cooler.
And what was in the duffel bag at that point?
Harmony.
So he removed her from the trash and he put her in this cooler.
Yes.
Her body was still in the duffel bag at that point?
Yes.
May I approach her?
Yes, you may. Yes, you may.
So I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 28 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize that item?
Yes.
What is it?
That is the cooler that was on the porch in my mom's hallway.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the cooler?
Yes.
That's what it looks like.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and mark as full State's Exhibit.
I'm going to put
The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit.
Publish.
Yes, you may.
my YouTube channel in the comments for TikTok. So if you guys want to come on over here, you're welcome to.
Okay, so we've seen a bigger picture of that cooler before when we looked at that probable cause affidavit. So if you've never seen it before, though, there it is.
And that is my
How
YouTube
horrifying.
channel. So if y'all want to come
Hindsight
on over
for,
here,
you know,
TikTok,
Anthony
come on over
Badero
here,
to be like,
please.
wait, I let you stay in my car, but you had a body in it? And Kayla's mother being like, yeah, sure, you can come and stay with me. And then they put Harmony's body in her cooler? Oh my goodness.
Right. Now the body's in the cooler. Insane.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body?
That baby was only 5 years old.
Adam pushed it in the cooler so it would fit.
No.
Is that something you saw him do?
Yes.
Were there any noises when he did that?
Not that I remember.
How long was she stored in that cooler for?
For a couple weeks.
And how long did you stay with your mother for? How long were you with Christina Lubin?
For a couple weeks.
Did her body stay in that cooler for the entire time you were with your mother?
Yes.
Why?
I honestly don't know.
How often did you see that cooler when you were living with your mother?
Every day. Multiple times a day.
Where was the cooler kept?
In the hallway.
Was that your mother's hallway, or was it?
It was access to everybody who lives in the building, but it was on the level of my mom's apartment.
And tell us about that hallway. What else was kept there?
I don't remember.
Were there other items in that hallway?
Ellie B from Tennessee says, I thought he ran hot water over her. Oh, that comes later. Yeah, this is just the first stop. Her mother's house. And the cooler. And then they're going to several other places. My goodness.
Out on the lab.
I don't remember.
Where did you go after living with your mother?
To the FIT shelter, Families in Transition.
And when you moved to the Families in Transition shelter,
Make it right for
is that
y'all.
FIT?
Say because my hand shook.
When you moved to the FIT shelter,
Like this.
where was Harmony's body?
It's good.
Adam put her. In the ceiling.
Lord.
Of the room that we stayed in.
What room did you stay in while you lived with the Families in Transition?
Hey, Gwen. Hey, Dorina.
It was the first room. It was room 1.
And how did he access?
Hey, Auntie Kitty.
He used the bunk bed and climbed up in the ceiling.
Was there some?
So they might show pictures of that, you know, in the ceiling as well. We've seen some of that from the probable cause affidavit as well. If you don't know what I'm referring to, it's on the playlist. We did a trial prep part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Mary, thank goodness when I just start later like this instead of defluffing like we've done that before too, where we have a day delay. Thankfully, I don't have to watch it twice now. We just start 3 hours later and we watch it together from there so that we could just skip over the lunch breaks and the coffee breaks. But yeah, definitely read that probable cause affidavit many times. So I feel like I was kind of prepared, but this is some rough stuff. This is very, very hectic.
Something that allowed him to access the ceiling that was above that bunk bed?
It was a vent.
Who slept under that bed?
The kids.
Where did the defendant sleep?
We all slept on the floor on the mattresses.
So, Kayla, I'm showing you what's been previously marked
Oh, yeah.
Identification of States Exhibit 30 through 34. Can you please look at each of these items in turn and describe what's depicted?
So if you put that baby in
the
the
outside of the family shelter.
And that's States Exhibit 30.
He on the live talk.
And this is the door to room 1, and next to it was the second room.
You Samantha.
That's Exhibit 30.
Got a little bit of paper flapping going on. So going to turn it down slightly so it's not too loud in our ears, okay?
And when you say this is the room, whose room was that?
It was the room that we stayed in.
And that's set up? The way the room is set up, is that similar to how it was when you lived there?
Yes.
And that's States Exhibit 32. What is States Exhibit 33? What is depicted there?
The vent above the bed.
And what happened with that vent?
Adam moved it so he could go in the ceiling.
Now, did you ever touch that vent, Kayla?
No.
And States Exhibit 34?
It's the vent.
Are those fair and accurate representations? Is that consistent with your memory of what those items look like?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike the ID and Marcus Bill States Exhibit 30 through 34.
All right, the idea is stricken. Those are entered as full exhibits and may be published to the jury.
And so, Kayla, I'm holding up.
Hey Samantha, you new here? Welcome.
What is this item? What is depicted here?
Thank you for
Outside of the
joining,
family
Mama.
shelter.
How long did you live at this item before?
Let me put mute so I can.
A month and a half almost.
And States Exhibit 30? What's depicted in this image?
The room that was the one we stayed in was on the left side, room 1, and the other room is the second one next to it.
So you stayed in room 1?
Yes.
And you mentioned room 2 being decided.
Yes.
In States Exhibit 32 and 33, you mentioned that this was consistent with what the room looks like when you lived there?
Yes.
And those are the bunk beds that you mentioned?
Yes.
They showed us a picture of the room during opening statements, and we've also seen it during the probable cause affidavit coverage.
And you said you could see the vents that was
Thank
used
you.
in these images?
Yes.
And can you remind the jury what's in States Exhibit 34?
That's the vent that
Anybody
climbed
else
up
wants
to
to come on over with her as well? Come on
Harmony
over here,
Institute.
y'all.
When you say he climbed up to the Harmony Institute, what is he?
Adam.
It's a sad case, man. And I know she's going through it up there too,
At
because
the
it's
time
like
you were
we
living at the
we
family's in
reliving it
transition shelter,
again.
was there anything going on with Harmony's body?
But
Was
girl,
she having any changes? Or was her body
ugh.
having any changes?
Yes.
And I want you to tell the jurors what those changes were.
You could smell a horrible smell
Mm.
that was coming through the vents.
Oh my goodness.
Do you remember that horrible smell?
Yes.
Did maintenance come at some point while you were living there because of that smell?
Yes.
And what happened when those maintenance workers came?
Adam took her back down from out of the ceiling.
Hey, Samantha from TikTok.
And brought the
Thank
bag
you
in the
so
bathroom.
much. That's what I'm talking
And
about.
what happened when
She was in the
Adam
comments on TikTok and came right over here to Brooklyn Squad. Hit the like button for me, mama. That's what's up.
That
Thank you
she
so
was
much.
starting to smell and there was fluid leaking.
I love her title. This is
Right.
All Things Spiritual.
Sure.
Oh, I love that.
Thank you for being here. If you're only joining now, welcome to the stream.
Yes.
We are watching
Thank
day
you.
3 of the Adam Montgomery trial together. This is delayed coverage. We started 3 hours after the court feed so that
Let me
we can just skip
pause
right
it for
over
a
lunch
minute
and
while
coffee
she's
breaks and
talking.
any unfortunate.
Yes. Thank you so much, Samantha. We got Samantha in here. Samantha, do you know anything about this case? This is a big, big case. It's very sad. This man unalived his 5-year-old daughter and just carried her unalived body everywhere. He's a drug addict. She's a drug addict. This is his wife, but not the mother of the little girl. But they do have children together. And the trial is going on now. And he just, oh my gosh, he beat the little girl so bad, beat her in her head multiple times because she would potty on herself. They became homeless in a vehicle. They was on heroin, crack, methadone. I mean, it's just a lot. So she's arrested. She's locked up too. So she's telling what happened. And at this time, now they're in the homeless shelter where he carried her body and put it in the vent where they sleep at in the homeless shelter. And now the body is starting to smell. Girl, this is so heavy. I mean, I got my tissue box here. I know the ladies are like, I mean, Megan wanted to throw her cell phone at the TV. It's so heavy. Yeah, this is very sad. And they still cannot find her body. The little girl, Harmony, they can't find her body. It's so bad that her liquids of the juice, he carried that along. I mean, it's bad. So we on day 3 now. So yeah, I'm gonna do day 4. I'm gonna do it again tomorrow also. So we're doing this every day. Yeah. I'll put the thing up, the thumbnail up later after this. But yeah, oh my gosh, it's a lot. It's a lot. Yes. Let's continue. And I'm watching her because she's doing the live, so I get the information from different content creators. But I always put their link in the comments and show them love. So if y'all want to check out her channel too.
Foreseen delays, which is always nice, concise coverage that I offer here because it's also how I like it. So I try to, think what would I like? I like that. Would you like it?
Anybody
and many of you
else
really
come
like
on
that.
over?
So thank
Come
you so
on
much
over
for being
here,
here.
Susie.
To Forensic Führer and Hope and Fear, you have been chosen. Is it okay if I assign you a temp wrench just to help us out a little bit for today? You don't have to do too much, but if you see horrible comments, okay?
Thank you,
not
Samantha,
Grizzly,
for
don't just
liking
delete
me.
anything and everyone, but there's 3 little dots right next to people's name. You can just see the actions you could take there as a moderator. Please just help us keep the chat Grizzly, okay? Really appreciate it. If you don't want that, please email me, grizzlytruecrime@gmail.com, and I will remove your wrench
Susie
right away.
Q. I like that
Thank
name.
you so much. Okay, let's continue.
Susie Q. We need some cute little, some spiritual stuff right now because this case is heavy, y'all.
No, I didn't
It's
see
heavy.
it.
How do you know about the fluid?
Yeah. Susie, come on
Adam
over to my
said
YouTube
that.
channel.
What did he say?
You can see it
He
more.
said that there was
I'm holding it right now. I'm
blood
holding my
up in the
phone so y'all can
ceiling
see it.
and
I got
fluid.
arthritis in my hand, girl.
And so what did he do with that duffel bag?
Oh, okay. So Susie, let me put it on mute so I could tell so I don't
He
disturb
put
the
it in a
Brooklyn
trash
Squad.
bag.
I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 52 for identification.
Yes.
Kayla, do you recognize the item that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
What is that?
The CMC diaper bag.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of the CMC diaper bag?
Yeah.
By the way, yesterday that lady, what was her name? It was a Dee Travers, that one, right? From that Catholic Medical Center. Yes, the registered nurse who took Harmony's vitals. We were wondering if we're going to hear about the CMC bag from her, but we didn't. So maybe Kayla got the CMC bag when she had, her youngest child, who was only 10 or 11 months old at the time. So could be that. Pernil says, love a little temp help. Yes, we do. Thank you so much.
Yes.
And how about State's Exhibit 53?
Yes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation
Yes.
of the item that's depicted?
Yes.
And what is that item?
It's the bag that Adam put Harmony in.
So you mentioned garbage bags that he put her in.
Yes.
What did he put those garbage bags into, if anything?
He put the garbage bags inside that bag.
So, Your Honor, at this point, I move to strike ID, strike what's been marked as ID and mark as full States Exhibit 52 and 53.
An objection?
And I move to publish. Sorry.
52 and 53, the ID is stricken. They're entered as full exhibits and they may be published to the jury.
This is a nice prosecutor, by the way, right? He's got a very nice, calming voice and a very nice way of asking questions, in my opinion. His name is Ben Guity, the state prosecutor, and his co-counsel is Christopher Knowles, and the defense is Caroline Smith and James Brooks. Judge is Amy Messer. This is such a well-run courtroom, right? And they actually have started on time every day. I'm amazed, right? Sometimes, like with my 3-hour delay, it's like, okay, 90 minutes for lunch, 15 minutes per coffee break, something like that, maybe 20. And then we build in some buffer time for some of that tardiness that happens in some trials. But this trial has actually been running very, very smoothly, right? Thank goodness, because what an absolutely heavy topic it is. Phew. Sometimes through some of this stuff, I wish we could like speed it up. But we're not going to. We're going to listen to it like it is. It's right now 1.1 speed, if you didn't know. Yes, okay. They're showing pictures of the bag.
Kayla, how did Harmony's body fit into this bag?
Adam squished her in it.
Sorry, can you say that a little bit louder?
Adam squished her into the bag.
Yeah, I'm showing you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 85. Do you recognize this?
Yes.
Is this similar to that CMC bag?
Yes.
Is it in fact identical to that CMC bag?
Yes.
That must be pretty difficult for her to see then now, right? Just like, is it like this? She's like, yeah, look how she's looking at it. Starflower 703 says, I think Kayla was afraid for her life and the life of her children. Coercive controllers are extremely scary. I lived with one I thought would kill my mother. They are extremely scary. I did a course on coercive control and learned a lot about coercive controllers. I did this course with Laura Richards. Her website is thelaurarichards.com. Her YouTube channel is called Crime Analyst. I'll link it below afterwards. And
well, she's giving her shout outs. Let me get my shout outs because we have 2 TikTokers who just came over to Brooklyn Squad. So we got Samantha and we have Susie. I love that name. That's so, I don't know, it's just so cute. So cutie and sexy. We got Susie over here, but we can't see her. I don't know why, but she could see us though. So welcome, Susie. We got 1.K on TikTok likes. Thank y'all so much. Thank y'all so much. So now we got some new members over here. Y'all come on over here to Brooklyn Squad, whoever else is on TikTok. I think it's just y'all for right now, right? All right. We got 1.9K on TikTok. All right. Let's keep going. This case is heavy, y'all. I think it needs to be out there. And the sad thing is, y'all, they have not found this little girl's body yet. What's left of it. That's the sad thing. They have not found what's left of it.
And she's also got a podcast called Crime Analyst, as well as Real Crime Profile with Jim Clemente. So, coercive control.
Okay, so
they are so scary. So that is what I mean as well. And if I don't know, if people don't know too much about it, they might be like what's wrong with Kayla, whatever. I get it. Like, I can't believe she did some of those things, and kind of obeyed him when he said, okay, now you're going to help me move her body from one bag to another. Oh, whoa, that's far. But you just don't know how much fear she was in, and she was also struggling with substance abuse and all of that, right? Not making excuses for her. I'm just saying.
Shout out to Samantha for the rose. 10 times plus rose. I don't know what that means, but thank you, Mama. Aw. That's so sweet.
Yeah, it is stricken. It's entered as full exhibit.
So the defendant put Harmony into garbage bags, and he squished her into a bag like this one?
Yes.
Thank you so much.
This again was at that amazing transition.
I see somebody wants to be a guest. I don't know who that is.
In the bathroom of the room that we stayed in.
Yeah, of course.
Okay, now this is like big time trigger warning, because now we're going to hear what Adam Montgomery allegedly did to Harmony's body in the bathroom.
Can you hear me?
Where they were staying at one of the apartments, right?
Oh, wait,
and
I think I lowered it.
Beyond horrifying.
Okay.
That is the part that I had actually redacted that little section before. It was just too much. Like, that's what I was saying, is just too much. But here we are at trial, and we're gonna hear that now. Also, Jennifer, the closed captions are on. Just turn the CC on. It should be, I think, on the top right of your screen. Always on for live streams. For any replay viewers, YouTube takes a while to process the live stream to then put the closed captions back on, just so that you know.
Turn on. Oh, you gotta turn your own microphone.
Let's hear.
There you go. Hey, Samantha.
No.
I'm good. Let me turn you up some. Okay.
Did you hear anything?
How are you?
I heard a loud bang.
I'm good. Thank you for joining us.
No.
No problem.
Oh my God, girl, this case is heavy.
Yes, it really is. Oh my gosh. Yes. I'm sitting here with my husband and I'm like, this is too much. Like a 5-year-old. Yes. I have 2 girls and I just.
Did she fill that bag, that CMC bag that you just saw?
Yes.
Her body filled that bag?
Yes.
An innocent child is so sad.
Mm-hmm. Of 5 years old. And
what did he do with the bag?
They can't find her body yet.
He put.
No, they didn't find her body. He not only and the thing
put her back in the ceiling.
The stuff that he did to her body, what's left of it, they cannot find.
You mentioned being at the Families in Transition shelter for a month.
He chopped it up.
Yes.
During that time, did the
juices to it, he put it in a bag.
Harmony, getting rid of her body?
No.
It's disgusting.
At some point, did he begin discussing disposing of Harmony,
and
getting rid of her body?
Yes.
And what was his plan? What was his idea for getting rid of her?
To use lime.
Understand?
Yes, that's the wife, not the baby's mother, because they took her away because she was
dismember her,
and they gave it to him to have custody. And look what happened.
What did he believe that lime would do?
So he started dating her and have kids by her also, 2 kids by her as well. So now she's testifying. She's in jail too. But she only got 18 months.
The objection is sustained. You can rephrase the question, please.
Yeah.
Did the defendant tell you what he believed lime
and threatened her that she better not say nothing?
Yes.
They was on crack, heroin, methadone,
it will
homeless.
Help decay her body.
My heart go out to the family.
Which we discussed yesterday, lime does not do.
So
lime helps with odor.
Sad.
He bought pelletized lime from Home Depot, I think it was. It wasn't Walmart. So lime, even though people believe, it's going to help with decomp, it actually just helps with odor. It actually slows down decomposition a little bit. That's what I read.
They did like
the other one,
stuff like that.
That one is caustic and can.
But yesterday it was so heavy. I just couldn't. I have my tissue box with me right here because I was shocked at the stuff that was going on because I'm new to this case. I found this out the other day.
Did he tell you what he believed?
Yeah, I didn't know about this case. I did.
But he told you that was his plan?
Yes.
Counsel, can you approach for just a minute?
Okay, while they're approaching for a minute, I'm so sorry if CC closed caption is not working for anyone. It is turned on from my side, but I know with some devices sometimes it differs, and especially with YouTube making lots of changes, right? So sometimes it works and sometimes not, but it is turned on from my side, so I hope it works out for you. Thank you so much for being here, Majestic Unicorn. Thank you very, very much. I really appreciate your support.
And we will take a 15-minute break, so we'll come back and start testimony again in about 5 of. Okay? All rise for the jurors, please.
Am I sitting or am I standing?
See, now they're going to take a little break. Let's see if they talk, outside of the presence of the jury. Otherwise, we'll teleport.
If the witness wants to use the restroom or have a drink of water, this is a good time to do that. 15 minutes, everybody? Yes.
I believe Ms. Montgomery's attorney is here. And he may have snacks for her. I just want to make that available to her.
Okay, if Judy Garrity, speak to the sheriff's office. If there's any issue, they can communicate with me.
I will.
Okay, thank you. All right, all set, everybody. 15 minutes. She can, Judy Garrity. Yeah, okay.
We already have it in holding.
Okay. So I want her back on the stand in 15 minutes. So however you want to accomplish that is fine with me. Okay.
Okay, so break time. Now look. Now, if you are new here, okay, this is the time you get to see why we like to start later. Because now, instead of waiting here for 15 minutes, we could literally just do this and keep going on with the trial. Okay, so here we go. Done. No breaks for us.
Be careful of the wires, please.
That's right, steel guitar. Here we go in the helicopter. Off we go. Okay, so Kayla's going to be back on the stand. I think she's probably going to be on all day. That is what I was anticipating, which is why when I made the thumbnail yesterday, I was like, you know what? I think it's going to be Kayla. Probably all day. It seems to be working out that way. Okay, so this was just the first morning break. Obviously, they're going to have lunch break that we're going to teleport right through as well.
All right. All rise for the jurors, please.
All rise for the jury.
Oh, defendant's not there to get up. Okay, carry on.
Excuse me.
Here we go.
Before we broke, you were telling us about your time in the fit shelter.
Yes.
You mentioned the defendant taking Harmony's body out of that ceiling. She was still in the duffel bag.
Yes.
Brought her into the bathroom. Is that right?
Yes.
You said when he was in there, you couldn't see what was going on, but you heard a bang.
Yeah.
What was he doing to her?
Trying to fit her in that bag.
When you say trying to fit her into that bag, is that the bag like this one?
Yes.
And you heard a bang while he was doing that.
Yes.
Did you hear any other noises?
No.
How long was he in the fit shelter bathroom trying to fit her into this bag?
About a couple hours.
going to hear some bad things now. We know it from that probable cause affidavit. Okay. Sure. Putting his daughter's body into that bag, and he'd carried her body around for about 4 months.
You mentioned him putting her in garbage bags and then squishing her into a bag like that one.
Yes.
The duffel bag that he had initially put her in, what happened to that duffel bag?
He got rid of it.
Do you know what he did with it?
I don't know what he did with it. But it was no longer, we didn't have it anymore.
And was that after the bathroom?
Yes.
You said that Harmony's body was beginning to smell, that it was horrible.
Yes.
Did the defendant take measures to combat that smell?
Yes.
What did he do?
That is when he took her down from the ceiling and brought her into the bathroom to put her in the garbage bags and to get her to fit in that bag that's similar to that one. And he asked me to bring the bag to his job.
Where was his job at the time? Where was he working?
At Portland Pie in Manchester.
This is still while you were at the Families in Transition Shelter?
Yes.
How long did he work there for?
2 months.
And you said he asked you to bring the bag to him at work.
Yes.
Did you obey?
Yes.
About how did you get there from the Families in Transition Shelter to his work?
I walked.
And where was the bag at that point?
In the stroller.
How long of a walk is that from the shelter to his work at Portland Pie?
About 10, 15 minutes.
Was anyone with you during that walk?
My 2 kids.
Why did you obey the defendant when he told you to bring Harmony's body in that bag to his work?
Because I was scared.
Are you aware of what he did with her body once you brought it to him?
Yes.
What did he do with it?
He put it.
Sustained. If you would rephrase the question.
Your Honor, you said you're aware of what he did with her body at his work at the Portland Pie Pizza Company. How are you aware of what he did with it, Kayla?
Because he told me that he put her in the freezer.
Was that the only time, to your knowledge, that he put her in the freezer, or were there more times where he brought her and put her in the freezer?
That was my only time.
I want to go back for just a moment. When he was in the bathroom, you said it was for several hours?
Yes.
Are you aware of him doing anything to clean up in that bathroom?
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what he did to clean up?
He used ammonia to clean up anything that
It's crazy.
happened in that bathroom.
How do you know he used ammonia to clean up anything that happened in that bathroom?
Because he specifically bought it.
Were you with him when he bought it?
I don't remember.
Girl, yes, she was.
But you remember him using ammonia to clean?
Yes.
You was
Did
with
he tell
him.
you what
Me
he
leave that
believed
boy
the
sight.
ammonia would do?
It wouldn't
should
show
supply it.
evidence of any blood or fluids.
And did he tell you at that point
I don't
why he
understand.
didn't want evidence to be shown? Why he didn't want
to get away from
anything to
him.
be shown down the road?
That stuff.
So
Like, why you didn't try to leave or escape?
no, he wouldn't get in trouble.
You know, it's
Right.
like
Nobody could
She
find
said 'cause she
anything.
was scared. He
help.
threatened her. She said he threatened her and she was scared.
See, that really makes me wonder about his
Yeah,
criminal
investigate,
past, which
come to
we've already done a deep dive on that. But
City.
damn, did he Google a lot at
It
that
was,
time, or
but
did you
she
just
had an
know a lot?
outlet.
Like,
That was,
okay, how to get rid of a
like
body?
I
What to
said,
do?
that
What to buy?
mental
What
clinic
are you
was a
doing,
great
sir?
outlet for her.
I don't know,
If
calling
you
him
got a
sir. What are
counselor,
you doing,
you could've
coward?
been like,
Sissy boy. As Rob said the other day, sissy
I
boy.
need help. You know?
Sure, but this is scary stuff.
Come on now. You watching him beat that baby every day. Because the baby
Why did he put
being
Harmony in
beaten
the
on
freezer
herself.
at the
He beating
Portland
the
Pie
baby
Pizza
in the
Company?
head.
Because he said that if she's in the freezer, there wouldn't be any fluids
Maybe she was scared. That's why
or
they
anything leaking.
She was scared.
Exactly. Exactly.
Somebody you over the head, you would be scared too.
At some point around that time, did you get tax returns, your tax refunds?
Yes.
Do you remember around when that was?
You heard what she just said?
March.
Because of the liquids.
February or March.
Put it in the freezer.
I believe.
Oh.
In 2021.
So I still want to talk about the time you were at the fit shelter. Did you eventually leave the fit shelter?
Yes.
And where did you live after the fit shelter?
Union Street in Manchester.
Do you remember when you moved into Union Street in Manchester?
Yes. Somebody before.
What day did you move there?
February 20th, 2020.
The drugs.
And did you sign a lease agreement for that apartment?
Yes.
Did you list Harmony as a child?
No.
How about on your tax returns? Did you list Harmony as a child?
Yes.
Of course.
Can you tell the jurors why you did that?
Because she lived with us for 6 months or more, and Adam told me to leave her on there.
Did he tell you why he wanted you to leave her on there?
So that it would just show that we still had her living with us.
Look at that. She was already unalive. Ain't that some shit?
The story falls apart because they were collecting food stamps on Harmony's name. They still had Harmony's name on their tax return.
Mm-hmm. She had an outlet. Yeah. And look, this little girl was unalive, and they are putting her on taxes and everything, just getting money off of her, getting money. And all the money is going to the drugs. They was using this girl's unalive body to get high. Oh my God. I just can't. It's disgusting. Disgusting.
But yet when the police approached Adam, when he was already with a new girlfriend, even though he was still married and he's still married to Kayla, he moved on a few times. We heard from another ex yesterday as well. Yeah, then he's just like, oh no, she's back with Crystal. She's back with her mom. Yes. Also, Shireen, it's Grizzly with a double Z, hey? The one with the S means something different. Okay, Grizzly like a grizzly bear. But yes, if you are here, if you are subscribed, you're a Grizzly. Welcome.
Yes, if you subscribe, you're a Brooklyn Squad. Welcome.
So you moved into your apartment on Union Street on February 20th, is that what you said?
Yes.
And that's of 2020?
Yes.
Where was he keeping Harmony at that point?
In the refrigerator of our apartment.
Jesus.
And I asked you earlier, and I think you said he began to discuss dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
What did he say about dismembering her?
Exactly. Ain't that some
shit?
I'm in the live on TikTok, y'all, so stay on.
That he just wanted to,
and I'm holding the phone.
Put her.
All right, so stay on YouTube with us. Okay.
To get rid of her.
Okay, because I'm holding the phone.
And was that at the Union Street apartment?
My butt.
Yes.
That's where that discussion occurred?
Yes.
All right.
Did he ever discuss using tools?
And I could pull you up on my YouTube screen thing, like I just did on TikTok. Yeah,
he was going to try and use.
All right, come on, Susie, you too.
Saw. He wanted to use a hand saw or a NutriBullet.
Oh wow, 2,793 views.
Yeah.
2,793.
I want to unpack that. Sorry, what?
11
wanted
diamonds,
to use a
new
saw,
followers,
a hand saw, or a NutriBullet. That's like a smoothie maker. What the hell?
All right, let me put the link
down.
down.
To process this. This guy is so scary. Oh my goodness, he's like a freaking I don't know what. I don't know who to compare him to, but he's very scary. I wouldn't be surprised if he's done way more sinister things than his rap sheet shows, even though that's pretty bad already. Yona. MB Inc., it's so nice to see you here. You
Just
say hi, Gizmo,
link,
well with you and the Grizzlies.
Link,
Grizzlies, are we doing okay?
I could come
we're
up
doing okay
here.
Together, right? Thank you, MB Inc., for being here. And welcome to Defense Diaries as well. Okay, now a blender. Wow. Okay, let's hear what they're going to say.
And a NutriBullet. NutriBullet.
Once again, I just want to say thank you everyone for joining. I so appreciate it. TikTok is up in the building. Thank you for joining so much. I dropped the link down there. So if anybody wants to come up on here with me on the panel, yeah, come up on here. All you got to do is hit that link and you'll pop right up there. And I just hit the thing and you pop right up here. All right. So the link is down there and come join me. Right. If we need a break, you guys, like Grizzy was saying to her peoples, I definitely agree because this is heavy stuff. So if we definitely need a break, take a break and, just come back. The seats are definitely open. Justice for harmony. Justice for harmony.
Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 63 for identification.
Yes.
Do you recognize the item that's depicted in this exhibit?
Yes.
And
Can you tell the jurors what it is?
Samantha.
It's a handsaw.
It's a handsaw?
Yeah.
Do you recognize this handsaw?
Yes.
When the defendant discussed dismembering Harmony, using tools on her,
Yes.
is this a saw that he discussed doing that with?
Yes.
Is this an accurate representation of that saw as you remember it?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID, mark as full, State's Exhibit 63, and publish to the jurors.
I'm trying to look. Sure. Okay. He did buy a saw from Home Depot. He bought a saw, a backup saw blade, a diamond cutting saw blade, lime, and a backup battery.
The idea is stricken.
Okay, there. Oh, my word. Yeah, Tara says defo not its first rodeo, right?
Right.
That's what I'm saying. With this guy, I mean, we know he's a career criminal and we've looked into his dark criminal past before and it's pretty sinister and it does include some murder. He could, speculatively, be a serial killer. So if you haven't seen that video, go check it out. But this is like next level, yeah, like Dahmer and stuff. Someone said. What? He's like, oh, NutriBullet. Oh my goodness.
It's entered as a full exhibit.
So this is
like if he's done this before.
To dismember Harmony's body.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
That discussion again occurred at the Union Street apartment.
Yes.
I'm so hungry, y'all.
You talked about something else just then, and we barely caught it. You mentioned a NutriBullet.
Yes.
Can you tell the jurors what that is? What is NutriBullet?
Right?
It's like a blender. He said that it would be good to use.
Mm-hmm.
It would help get rid of her.
It'd help get rid of Harmony.
Yes.
Like he did
Earlier you mentioned the defendant talking about lying. The idea that what was his idea? What was his purpose of using lime?
That it would help her body decay.
Wow, see?
Yes.
Yeah, I've shown you it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 62.
She is all spiritual. I put the link if you want to come up here.
And what can you tell me about this?
I'll put it again so you can see.
Anything, particular markings on this item?
The bag of lime on the left side is similar to the one that he had.
When you say it's similar to the one that he had,
it's right there.
Who's he?
All you gotta do is
referring to?
That's if you want to.
And is there a circle around that bag?
Yes.
And is there writing underneath it?
Yes.
Do you recognize that writing?
It's my initials.
Okay. Is this an accurate representation of the item that you circled in initial?
Yes.
Did you write those initials?
Yes.
Did you circle this item?
Yes.
Why'd you do that?
To let it be known that that's the item that was similar to the one that he had.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full and publish State's Exhibit 62.
Any objection? No, Your Honor. If the ID is stricken, it's entered as a full exhibit and it may be published.
Kayla, who were you with when you circled This bag of wine.
Detective Dunleavy and Riley.
Is that Max Redhill?
Yeah, that one.
Detective?
Yeah.
So you're with law enforcement?
Yes.
You know how to get rid of the smell and everything.
And they asked you if you could identify.
Unless he Googled.
Have you seen?
I'm sorry, objection sustained.
Have you seen a bag of wine in your Union Street apartment?
Yes.
Where was that bag of wine located in your Union Street apartment?
In the bathroom.
Do you know how that bag of lime got there?
No.
Did you buy that bag of lime?
No.
When you saw that bag of lime in the bathroom of Union Street, what was going on in that bathroom at the time?
Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
When you
say Adam was trying to de-thaw her body.
That's all.
Okay, it's escalating. It's gonna get so much worse now. Okay, everyone. Now we're gonna hear some more things. Here we go.
What's he doing specifically?
And then when you hit the link, I think it goes to StreamYard.
The clothes off of her.
And then it opens. Yeah. That's all.
And
I'm trying to remember.
Putting her in the bag of lime.
And when he was trying to de-thaw her body, where was Harmony's body at the time?
In the bathtub.
Poor
and that's when you saw the bag of lime?
Yes.
Did you see Harmony's body in the bathtub?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors what you saw of her body in that bathtub.
I saw Harmony in the bathtub, still folded together the same way that she was left in that bag when we took her out of the car. And she just looked like she had just barely any skin, like she was just a layer of skin and bone.
Jeez.
And she was all bruised up.
And what was the defendant doing to de-thaw her?
He had the hot water running from the shower.
Oh, yeah, because he had her in the freezer.
And where was the hot water running in the shower?
In the bathroom.
Where was the hot water running in relation to Harmony's body?
The Union Street apartment.
Harmony's body, where was it in the Union Street apartment?
In the tub.
Was the hot water touching her?
Yes.
Of course it was.
He was running it over her?
Yes.
And what was he doing to Harmony's body during this process?
Taking the clothes off of her.
Was he touching her at all during that process?
Yes.
Tell us how he was touching her.
He was cutting the clothes off of her and just de-thawing her.
Did he tell you to help him at some point?
Yes.
Did you obey him?
Yes.
Why?
Because I was scared.
It's the scary shit.
How did you help him?
I helped him take the clothes off of her.
How did he take the clothes off of her?
By cutting them with scissors.
What did he do with her body after he cut the clothes off of her?
Put her in the bag of lime.
Shame.
You mentioned these clothes. What clothes was she wearing when he put her into that tub?
She had a hoodie on, and she had her leggings on. That's
Did you leave that bathroom at some point while he was in there?
yeah,
Why? Why'd you leave the bathroom?
because I needed to check on the kids, and I couldn't be in there anymore.
And let's talk about that. What do you mean you couldn't be there in there anymore?
Because I couldn't handle it. I didn't want to see anything.
How long was he in the bathroom for that day?
A few hours.
And that was with Harmony's body?
Yes.
At some point, did he close the door to the bathroom?
Yes.
Were you able to hear what he was doing in there?
No.
Oh, telling me that I have to do it on
Why weren't you able
phone
to hear
because
what
I
he
am
was doing in there?
Safari right now.
Because our neighbor
Oh, I don't know.
next door
Can you
always had
do it
loud
on
music playing,
Chrome?
and I couldn't tell what noises were happening.
You mentioned a shower being on earlier.
Yes.
Did that shower stay on after you left the bathroom?
It was on when I left the bathroom,
So
yes.
you might have to
And did
go
it stay
on
on?
Chrome.
Did he leave it on?
Yes.
Did he take breaks from what he was doing in the
I don't have to do
bathroom?
that
at
when
any
I
point?
go in. So that's
No.
weird.
Did he
I
leave the
don't know what
bathroom at
phone
any
you
point?
have either, though,
No.
or what you're using.
How many bags did you see in the bathroom with him?
3.
And what was happening with each of those bags?
He had lime in the bags.
So one of the bags was a bag of lime.
Yes.
Was it a large bag or a small bag?
The bags that he was putting them in were large trash bags.
The bag that contained the lime, was that a large bag or a small
You
bag?
have to go
It
on
was a large
Chrome,
bag.
probably.
A large bag of lime?
Yes.
Yeah, why?
You said that he was putting that lime into a bag.
Yes.
Was there anything else in the bag when he was putting the lime in?
No.
Did you see Harmony's body go into the bag?
No.
What happened to Harmony's body after it was in the bathtub?
It was in the CMC bag.
What did he do with the CMC bag?
Put Harmony in it.
What did he do with the lime that was in the bathroom?
It was in the big trash bags.
The lime was in the big trash bags?
Well, I know he put the lime in trash bags, but I didn't see that bag after.
Which bag did you not see after
The
that?
lime bag.
Did he also add lime to the CMC bag?
You got it.
Yes.
Okay.
Was he talking to you during this process?
No.
He was working.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was working on the live. Oh my God, he's a monster.
At any point, did you see him remove Harmony's body from the bathtub?
No.
Freaking monster.
You mentioned earlier that he put Harmony's body back into the CMC bag.
Yes.
How do you know that he did that?
Because he put the bag back in the freezer after.
You mentioned garbage bags.
Yes.
What was he doing with the garbage bags in that bathroom?
He had the big garbage bags put in the CMC bag, and it had the lime in the bag.
And that clothing that you mentioned, you used scissors to cut off her clothing.
Yes.
What happened to her clothing? What happened to Harmony's clothes?
It was put in a trash bag.
Was anything else put into that trash bag with her or with the clothes?
Not that the duffel bag.
So you saw the duffel bag again after the fit shelter.
Yes.
And that trash bag that the duffel bag went into, that the clothes went into, what happened to that trash bag?
I don't know.
Did the defendant tell you what he planned to do with that trash bag?
Throw them away.
Did he tell you specifically where he was going to throw it away?
He just said he wasn't going to leave them in our trash area. He was going to bring them somewhere.
Did he say why he wasn't going to leave them in your trash?
So that there's no evidence.
Say he knew what he was doing. On drugs, but knew what he was doing. So he was aware. That is definitely first degree.
Do you recall telling investigators that when you saw Harmony in the bathtub, the defendant was squishing the liquids out?
Oh, you guys. Hannah says, I can't believe what I am hearing. I know, right? And we were so prepared. You know, we really did a deep dive on this before the trial started to really try to prepare, but it's absolutely horrifying. We're hearing a lot of things. My goodness. Thank you so much all for being here with me. I couldn't watch this without you, so I really, really appreciate that you are spending your time here with me. On a Friday even. Thank you.
Out of her.
No.
You mentioned earlier the defendant talked about dismembering Harmony.
Yes.
Did he do that in the bathroom?
I don't know.
That conversation about dismembering Harmony, conversation about using the tools, how close in time was that to the steps, the actions the defendant took in the bathroom?
Well, I know that the conversation with the tool happened when I lived with my mother. We were staying at my mother's house. And by the time that he was trying to, I don't even know what he did, but it was a few months after.
You mentioned earlier that the defendant squished Harmony at the fit shelter. He squished Harmony into that CMC bag.
Yes.
You said that her body filled that bag.
Yes.
How was he able to add lime to that bag if it was full of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
You don't know what he did in that bathroom?
No.
Girl,
that is a scary question that the prosecutor just had there. Because what if Adam just had what he believed to be identifying parts of Harmony in the CMC bag with the lime? Because he put a lot of lime in there. Okay. And the rest elsewhere. You know what I mean?
And I believe you said this already, but what did he do with the bag, the CMC bag, after he was done in the bathroom?
He put it in the freezer.
Did the defendant ultimately dispose of what remained of Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Did he get rid of her body?
Not then.
At some point.
Yes.
And so I want to turn your attention to that. At some point, did he have a conversation with you about getting rid of that CMC bag, of getting rid of Harmony's body?
Yes.
And can you tell the jurors what that conversation involved, what he said?
He said that that he wanted to get rid of her body soon because he was scared that if anything ever happened, he was scared of what would happen to him and me and the kids.
And what steps did the defendant take to get rid of that CMC bag that had Harmony's body in it?
He got in touch with an old friend of his.
Do you remember that old friend's name?
Travis Beach.
Did you know Travis Beach at the time?
No.
Had you met him before?
No.
Do you know how the defendant got in touch with Travis Beach?
I don't know who reached out to who, but I knew it was about selling a gun.
And did Travis Beach ever come to your apartment?
Yes.
Did he come to your apartment with a female?
Yes.
Do you know that female's name?
Brittany.
And is that Brittany Bedard?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, approaching time. Let's go forward a bit.
Do you recognize the person that's depicted in this image? And I should say for the record, I'm showing Kayla it's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 55.
That's Declan.
You recognize the individual in this image?
Yeah.
And you said it's Declan?
Yes.
Who is Declan to you?
My son.
Did Brittany, did she stay at your house for very long?
A couple days.
Okay. And at some point after Travis Beach, Brittany Bedard arrived at your home on Union Street, did you go to a hotel with them?
Yes.
At some point after they came to your house that day, when you went to that hotel with them, did you become aware of a U-Haul?
Yes.
And what was the purpose of this U-Haul?
So that Adam can use it to dispose of Harmony's body.
Do you remember the name of the hotel that you stayed at?
The Econolodge.
And you mentioned not having an ID, not having a license. Whose name was that Econolodge room under?
Brittany.
That's like a cheap.
Did they stay at the Econolodge with you?
Yes.
And were they in the same room as you, or a separate room, or something else?
Separate room.
When did you first become aware of the U-Haul?
Adam.
Quick break. Arizona Fire says, this is disgusting. I really feel sorry for the jury. Can you imagine that this is the first
I was
time this
thinking
jury
about the jury too.
is ever hearing any of this? I mean, it must be so overwhelming.
Y'all
right?
okay?
Like,
Y'all good?
Did what now?
What's everybody
Don't you
doing?
think that because he's not in the courtroom, it would, I don't know, if I was on the jury, I'd be like, and so this is the first time you're hearing all this, and the guy's not in the courtroom. I mean, it kind of makes sense. They're like, oh, they would think, because they don't know him or his background or anything, right? They'd be like, oh, he's probably ashamed of all of this or doesn't want to face it or whatever. It's not good for his case, in my opinion, that he's not in the courtroom. However, who knows what tricks he's got up his sleeve, because he already asked for shackles instead of a leg brace. And I don't know, I could just imagine when it's the defense's time, to present their case. They've only got 2 witnesses. Is one of them going to be Adam Montgomery? I think he's going to testify, and I think he's going to come in there like a little emotional man with these shackles and try to get sympathy or something. Let's see if he even does that. Imagine if he does. Oh my goodness. It's quite cocky, so I wouldn't put it past him.
Had talked to me about
agree, girl.
Having
I was thinking
rent a U-Haul to use.
Half that, a little bit of that.
Did Adam tell you why he wanted her to rent a U-Haul to use?
Because she has a license, and to have it in somebody else's name.
Why did he want that U-Haul rental in someone else's name?
So that they can't prove that Adam rented it.
Did you see the U-Haul rental at any point?
Yes.
Can you describe the U-Haul rental for the jurors?
The rental U-Haul was a van, like a van that like people that do painting would use.
So it was a rental van.
Yes.
And I want to back up for just a moment. You said you were at the Econolodge Hotel. Was Harmony's body with you in that hotel?
Yes.
Where was that body? Where was Harmony being stored?
In the fridge.
Jesus.
So freaking scary, right?
Yeah, here it is.
Imagine other people that stayed at that Econolodge. They don't know that someone had a child's body in a bag in the fridge. It's like big time fears. Like, what else has happened in this room? That's terrible, horrifying.
Hmm.
Did the defendant tell you where he planned to dump Harmony's body?
No.
Did he leave with the rental van at some point?
Yes.
Did he leave with the CMC bag at the same time?
Yes.
When did he leave?
It was in the middle of the night.
Did he say anything to you before he left?
No.
Did he tell you what he was doing?
No, but I already knew what he was doing.
And that's because he told you before?
Yes.
At least she is speaking up now, right?
Yeah.
Otherwise, none of this information would have been known. How scary is that?
Did he tell you specifically why he wasn't telling you where he was going, where he was dumping Harmony?
Though. How did they know the little girl was missing? Who put the missing report
He said
out?
he wasn't
Was
telling
it the biological
me where
mother?
he was bringing her, so that if anything like this happened,
do y'all
and
know
the cops got involved, that I wouldn't be able to tell. I wouldn't know where she is, so I couldn't tell anybody where she is. Only he would know.
Kayla, where is Harmony's body?
I don't know.
Kayla, where did he dump Harmony?
I don't know.
Did he return to the hotel room?
Yes.
And when did he return?
It was like right before the sun came out.
Did he say anything to you when he returned?
That he got rid of her.
That CMC bag, the one that he squished Harmony into?
Yes.
Was it still with him?
No.
I want to switch gears, Kayla. I told you we'd get back to this, but I want to talk about the time that you were living in the fit shelter, the time you were living in your apartment on Union Street. At some point during that time frame, early 2020, did the defendant begin to suspect that you were informing on him?
Yes.
I know.
Did he suspect that you were informing on him about Harmony?
Sustained.
I'll rephrase. What did he suspect that you were informing on him about?
About killing Harmony.
And what did he do because of those suspicions?
He started abusing me.
I want to unpack that abuse. Can you tell the jurors what he did to you?
When he would accuse me of talking to police or detectives, he would ask me if I was telling, and I would say no. And he would say just to tell him the truth. And I wouldn't agree, saying that I did. And then because he would end up hitting me, and I finally said that I did, even though I didn't, but he still hurt me anyway.
You said that he ended up hitting you. He would still hurt me anyway.
Yes.
How did he hurt you, Kayla?
By punching me.
Where did he punch you?
In the head.
What did he punch you with, Kayla?
His hands.
Open hand, closed fist, something else?
Both.
How often did this happen to you? How often did he do this?
So now we need a trigger warning for domestic violence. Please also like and share. You can do that multiple times if you want to, so that you can call people over to come here and watch with us, so that we can all be together and watch this. Hashtag DV awareness. If you do like and share.
It's a good idea. Hashtag DV awareness. Yeah, like that.
And just know that trigger warning.
Okay, spiritual.
If you have ever suffered domestic violence, this could be a very triggering topic for you, because she's describing.
Is everybody okay? Hold on. Let me just pause this and make sure my girls is okay. She all things spiritual. Are you all right? Kathy B, Katie, Megan, Susie. I think it was Susie. If I'm not saying it right, I'm so sorry. The new ladies, I do say names wrong. I say names backwards. It's no harm. It's just nothing but love. I'm from Brooklyn. We just say names fucked up. So if I say your name wrong, I'm sorry. I just want to make sure you ladies okay. Is everything good? Sometimes if you've been a part of DV, it can be very hard. I'm good. I'm straight over here. It's just crazy, man. I'm just thinking like, wow.
Constantly.
I'm thinking about that little girl.
It just kept happening.
What was it like living with him back then?
She was going through her whippings with him, this woman.
It was definitely not good.
And imagine that little baby though.
Jennifer, Mikasel, or is it Mikesel? I hope I'm saying it right. Mikasel says, I believe he did punch Kayla. We did see a picture that they showed in
No,
opening
you've been in and
statements,
out. All right, I'm just making sure y'all
of
good.
Kayla with bruised eyes and
Thank you,
things. So, yeah.
Katie. I'm all right. I'm thinking about the baby and the other kids that he had. Was he abusing those other kids?
Do you recognize what's depicted in what's marked as States Exhibit 99, Kayla?
Yes, it's me with 2 black eyes.
Is that a fair and accurate representation of you on that day?
Yes.
Do you remember what day this was?
March 17th.
Is that of 2020?
So if he flips it around, and if you didn't see it yesterday, again, trigger warning. Also, what did I want to say? Oh, if you like the video, it's not because you like the topic. The topic is extremely devastating and grim. It's just to get the information out there and because you like the way that I present true crime or trials, okay?
2021.
Your Honor, I move to strike the ID Marcus Full and publish to the jury States Exhibit 99.
Any objection? Okay. All right, the ID is stricken and is entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And Kayla, you said that the abuse started in early 2020.
Yes.
So there you can see some of the picture there, okay?
This photo was taken in March of 2021.
Yes.
You also said that this was a regular occurrence.
Yes.
From the time that the abuse began until you took this photograph, was it consistent with the defendant? Was he consistently accusing you?
Yes.
Was he consistently hitting you?
Yes.
Was he doing things to items in your house?
Yes.
What was he doing to the items in your house?
Destroying everything. Breaking a lot of stuff.
Why was he breaking things, Kayla?
Because he thought that there was microphones in the house. And I was telling on him. And thought there was cameras.
Stand by. Someone just said something that reminds me of something. Just hold on. Oh no, sorry, the comments fly by, but the comment was, so this only started in 2020 and you said things are not adding up for you. She's only allowed to testify within a certain time frame. So I think it was from like July 2019 up to March 2020, something like that. I can't remember the exact time frame, but Kayla was apparently abused for much longer than that. It's just that, you know, the defense had motions and things before this trial so that she can only testify to a certain small time frame. So just remember that, okay?
You said that he would hit you, that he would hurt you. Did he also threaten you?
Yes.
Tell the jurors what he said would happen to you.
He said that he would be able to contact his family member, his Uncle Kevin, and have him kill me and cut me in pieces, and nobody would be able to find me.
Did he say why that would happen? Why?
See, that's scary stuff, man. And now we know that he, according to Kayla, already did that to a 5-year-old little girl, Harmony. So when he
Katie says exactly, from my understanding, it hasn't been mentioned by anyone. He has. With Harmony, he told her she was evil and he hated on top of all the abuse. Exactly, because if he's doing all this to Harmony, he has 2 other kids. Did he hate them too? Was he abusing them too? Because he sure was doing a lot of abusing. Or was it just Harmony? Was it because Harmony reminded him of his ex-wife? Maybe she looked like her mother. That happens a lot in relationships, and that could be exactly what it is. He hated his ex-wife so much. He despised a child. I need to go back and look at the reports of when he was with his ex-wife.
he's threatening that I'm, you know, so if he's saying to her, I'm going to kill you and cut you up in little pieces, no one will ever find you. That must be terrifying, right?
You would have that done.
If I ended up telling on him.
Telling on him about what?
About Harmony being murdered.
What else did the defendant do when he suspected that you were working with the police?
He was very abusive.
During one of those incidents, do you recall trying to call someone for help, trying to get help?
Yes.
And Caleb, let me ask you this. Do you know someone named Roseanne Smith?
Yes.
Who is Roseanne Smith to you?
She was the public transportation for the ride to the clinic.
That's definitely a possibility. Yeah, I believe it might be.
I want you to tell the jurors about an incident involving Mrs. Smith.
Might be, Mama.
I was going to the methadone clinic, and I left without him while he was sleeping because he would tell me we're not going, even when our ride showed up, but I ended up going while he was sleeping. And I was getting dropped off, and I had a black eye, and Rose saw my black eye, and I asked her if I could use her phone to call somebody so I could call my mom or somebody to help me. And he saw that I was using her phone, and he came and ripped it out of my and her hand. I was handing her back the phone, and he ripped it out of her hand and asked who I was calling. And he was being very aggressive.
And you were trying to call for help.
Yeah.
Do you know someone named Tara Hilbert?
Yes.
Tell the jurors about an incident involving Miss Hilbert.
Adam would tell me that I couldn't leave the house, and I ended up leaving and running out of the house, and I had my daughter in my arms. And I ran to Tara's apartment, which was right next door, and asked her if she could call my mom. And then Adam came out and followed me and put me in a chokehold and said to tell her to not call my mom, to don't make that phone call or else he's going to hurt me.
Kayla, why couldn't you leave the house?
Because he thought that I was trying to tell on him.
And let me ask you this, Kayla. When you left the house, were your two small sons still in the house with him?
Yes.
Why did you only take your daughter?
Because she was in my arms. I was already feeding her, and I just ran out and to find help, and I could go back and get the kids.
The image that I showed you, you described having bruising, black eyes.
Yeah.
Does that day stand out to you, Kayla?
Yes.
Why does it stand out to you?
Because that's the day that I took the kids and left.
Are you still married to the defendant?
Yes.
When did you get married to him?
On Harmony's birthday in 2017.
Do you remember that day, Harmony's birthday?
Yes.
What day was it?
It was June 7th.
They got married on Harmony's birthday?
I know, right?
Weird day to choose.
Yeah.
It was Harmony's day. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
Be like, nah, we're going to get married on that day. It's so weird. You didn't have custody of her yet.
That's weird.
And
I would
can you
think
tell us that date
birthday,
again that
but
you left him?
for him to despise his
March
daughter,
17th,
he would get married
2021.
on her birthday? Okay. Wow.
Are you aware of whether or not he began a relationship with another individual after you left him?
No.
Do you know someone named Kelsey Small?
Yeah.
Did you ever meet Kelsey Small?
Yes.
Did officers in December of 2021 contact you regarding Harmony being missing?
Yes.
And you mentioned a lie earlier. Did you stick to that lie?
Yes.
I want you to tell the jurors why you stuck to that lie.
Because Adam told me to just stay saying that lie.
And so when they contacted you in December of 2021, you gave them that lie.
Yes.
And after they left you, did you contact Adam?
Yes.
What did he say when you contacted him?
He said not to say anything and to say I want a lawyer and don't tell them where he is.
Where was he at the time?
In Maine.
And did you?
It almost sounded like she was going to say, and don't tell them where she is. I know many people believe that she knows where Harmony's body is or what he did. I don't know, but just the way she said that sentence there caught my ear. I was just like, were you going to say where she is, or do you really mean where he is? Okay.
You tell him to get back here?
Yes.
Kayla, do you remember where you were on December 30th, 2021?
I was at the family shelter.
Do you remember going to a Walmart that day?
Yes.
And Kayla, I'm showing you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 65 for identification.
Yeah.
Do you recognize the individuals that are depicted in that image?
It's Kelsey, Adam, and myself.
And can you point to Adam on that image? Is this a fair and accurate representation of you, Kelsey, and Adam at the Walmart on December 30th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, I move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 65.
Any objection? The ID is stricken. It's entered as a full exhibit. It may be published to the jury.
And you said?
Yes, you guys. A Walmart, okay? I'm just laughing at that one moment. When I smile or laugh, it's not because of the case. It's just a moment in time when you're like, oh no, a Walmart. You guys, I know. It's always a Walmart, right? Shame. Okay, so I hope we got through the worst of today's testimony, but we don't know. There's still going to be the cross-examination, right? This is all just the state's direct examination. I wonder what the defense is going to ask.
You pointed here?
Yes.
That's Adam?
Yes.
It's crazy.
Okay, I'm showing you what's been marked for identification as State's Exhibit 90. I'm just going to ask that you look at each page in turn. Do you recognize the individuals depicted in these images?
Yes, it's Kelsey and me.
I'm sorry, say that
Kelsey and me.
again. Do you see the defendant anywhere in these images?
That's not him. No.
So it's Kelsey and you.
Yeah.
Again, is this the images that are depicted here accurate representations of you and Kelsey that day?
Yes.
Or no, move to strike ID and mark as full State's Exhibit 90.
See, Chinny says they blew up all the exhibits.
Yes.
Weird. I guess to make sure the jury can see it, right? Okay, we've got some sidebar going on. Got Kayla here on the stand. Okay, we can wait a bit and watch. The cameraman's like zooming in. We are zooming now. Okay. Miss Stewie, so nice to see you in chat. You said those saying she's crying for herself are probably correct. She's probably crying because she can't handle how much she allowed Adam to control her. Could be that as well. Okay. Little by little, we go for it. Wow, long sidebar. Here we go.
Kayla, we spoke earlier about your convictions.
Yes.
Was that actually part of a plea agreement that you entered into?
Yes.
The testimony that you've provided today, what is your testimony based on?
Actually being there?
Is it based on the truth?
Yes.
At some point you were charged with perjury, and we talked about that earlier, but after that charge, did you agree to proffer information, to provide information to the state?
Yes.
What was the sentence that you received for your charges, your perjury charges?
I got a 3.5 to 7 suspended, and then I got a 3.5 to 7 with 1.5 off my minimum.
And what portion of that prison sentence are you currently fulfilling today?
My minimum.
What's the suspended portion of your sentence as a whole?
It's 3.5 to 7 for 10 years.
Other than the sentence conditions and your cooperation agreement with the state, are there additional conditions that you have to follow right now?
To tell the truth.
What happens if you breach that agreement? What happens if you violate that agreement?
Then I get charged with whatever you guys decide to charge me with all my charges that got dropped and whatever else.
Kayla, what's your primary obligation under that agreement?
To tell the truth.
And I want to follow up just briefly with a few of the things.
Quick pause. Shauna, thank you so much for the coffees, for me,
It
and
was
for the mods. I really
18
appreciate it. Keeps us going. Dr.
Because I heard her
Bullbutter,
say
that's
that,
your
I
full name.
thought.
You said, I need to go make coffee. Maybe I should switch to my phone. Yes, take us with you. Whatever you guys are doing, if you're cleaning, I don't know, shopping, driving around, chilling, I don't know, take us with you, okay?
That you've said. You testified earlier that the defendant told you he hit Harmony back in July of 2019.
Yes.
You said that he gave Harmony a black eye that day.
Yes.
You said that he murdered Harmony on December 7th, that you witnessed him murder Harmony on December 7th, 2019.
Yes.
You said that you saw him carry Harmony's body for months and compressing her, squishing her into a bag.
Yes.
You said that
After
after months of carrying her, he ultimately disposed of Harmony's body.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you if you're able to identify the person that you've said did those things. Kayla, I'm showing you what's been published as State's Exhibit 101. Do you recognize the individual that's depicted in this image?
Yes.
Who is that?
Adam Montgomery.
Is that the Adam Montgomery that you referred to as abusing you for those months and months?
Yes.
The same one that you said gave Harmony a black eye, confessed to giving Harmony a black eye?
Yes.
The same one that beat Harmony to death, that murdered her in the Sebring?
Yes.
Kayla, at any point, did you pull Harmony out of the Sebring and stuff her into that duffel bag?
No.
At any point, did you fold her in half, as you described the defendant doing?
No.
Did you walk her to Badero's?
No.
Did you take her and put her in the ceiling of your room at the Fit Shelter?
No.
Did you smush her into a CMC bag like the one I showed you earlier?
No.
Did you compress her further and add lime to her in the bathroom of your Union Street apartment?
No.
Did you put her in a U-Haul van and dump her somewhere?
No.
Who did those things, Kayla?
Adam Montgomery.
Sure. And he's sitting there, you know, watching from prison. Can you imagine his face right now? While he's watching Kayla say all this. Luckily, he probably doesn't have any more friends on the outside, right? Because when she gets out, I'd be like, damn, I'd be worried for her. But I think he's burnt all his bridges. I think the whole prison is probably also listening to all of this.
Exactly.
I wonder Adam doesn't want to be strip searched. If you guys didn't know that, and thank you, Eileen Barnard. It's so nice to see real OGs in the chat. 28 months, a member for 28 months, like Heaven Reigns and Stewie. Oh my goodness, thank you so much. So they said Adam Montgomery. Let me just see what they said. They literally, there's articles saying Adam Montgomery did not want to be in the courtroom because he refused to be strip searched. Okay, then.
At any point when you were living in that vehicle, were you ever alone with Harvey?
No,
Why not?
because we were just always in the car.
Kayla, I want you to look at these jurors. Kayla, did you kill Harmony?
No, I did not.
Did you beat her to death?
No, I did not.
Were you alone with her when she died?
No, I was not.
Oh, that's not it. Okay, yes, it is.
If I could have just.
Thanks, Roro.
Okay.
All right. Oh, you guys. No additional questions. We know what that means, right? Oh, it's the defense's turn. But I think they're breaking for lunch. Are they breaking for lunch now? Let's see.
Counsel, I think this is a good time for the lunch break. So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take an hour lunch break now. So please return.
Yeah, see, we're going to teleport right through that. Save ourselves that hour just by starting 3 hours later. Which I know the time that I start also suits a lot of your time zones better too. For me, it's all right. I normally start at 6 p.m. and then I go until about 1 a.m. So yes, it would be helpful if I could start earlier, but I don't want to because I don't want to sit through those lunch breaks. I just do not. We're going to teleport right through it right now. Lorraine, thank you so much.
Turn at 1:05. I remind you, do not discuss this case with anyone, not with each other or with anybody else. Don't do any independent research. Do not drive by any locations. Do not look at any headlines or other media about this case. Your obligation is to decide this case based exclusively upon the evidence that is presented here at trial and the law as I will give it to you in my instructions.
I'm putting little clips of it on
Thank you so much for your
all social media platforms.
Montgomery, I'll have you stay right there for the moment. All
Please
rise,
share the
please.
video.
Okay.
Let's just see if they're going to have some discussions outside of the presence of the jury. They might. Also, I don't know if you guys, did you see this short that I made for you? Because remember how Adam Montgomery's like, I look forward to this trial to refute these offensive claims. And
really?
Yeah, he hasn't been there. So I made this for you earlier.
And I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
And now he's silent. He ain't even in there. Now, please.
Yeah.
And I look forward to my upcoming trial to refute those offensive claims.
Look at her.
Oh. So yes, crickets. He's like, I look forward to, big man. Okay, but you're not there. You're not there now. Looking forward to, too scared of a strip search. Why is that? Anyway, okay, so let's see what they say here.
He got drugs in the jail. That's why. You're getting high in the jail. 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 It's a shame.
Yeah, I don't know if the jury's going to be... I don't know if they have an appetite after all that, huh?
No. I couldn't.
This afternoon? Okay, if you need to see the court for any reason, please just let me know. Thank you.
Crystal says, how do people know that Kayla still wants to be with Adam? I didn't hear that part. Yesterday, the defense in their opening statements mentioned that she wrote a note and she tried to get a message to Adam. So we'll have to hear some more.
Really?
Don't know exactly what that timeline was.
Huh. Interesting.
Yes. Oh, we're just observing. Whoa, this cameraman is like panning. Slow down this. Okay, so lunch break. Now look at this teleport. Are we ready? We go like this. 3, 2, 1. Are you ready? Buckle up, everyone. Here we go. And we're going for it.
The road, baby.
We don't want to stare at the flag for an hour. So here we go.
No, we don't.
And we're back.
Yes. Ready? Okay.
Wasn't that nice?
I know, right? She is all things that's spiritual. This is so sad. That poor baby. Can't you imagine how scared she was? And not even scared, also confused. Like, why my daddy doing this to me? You know what I mean? She's so all things spiritual.
We hear the shackles.
She has to be
Kayla
so
Montgomery
confused.
getting back on the stand. Afternoon time. She's still chewing something.
Like, why daddy? Why is daddy doing this?
Be careful with the lid on that, please. All right, is everyone ready for the jury?
Yes, Sharon.
A little bit of ASMR there, pouring water. Is it? Eileen said there was Crime Curious in the checkered shoulder throw. I didn't see. But Crime Curious is in the courtroom every day, and then she does recaps every night of what it was like to be in the courtroom. Her channel is called Crime Curious.
All right, to the jury.
You may be seated. Ms. Montgomery, I just remind you that you remain under oath.
Thank you, Your Honor. We're going to have a lot of questions, but
It's Caroline Smith, okay? That's who is representing the defense right now.
I do want to go back to some of the stuff that you said at the end and make sure I understand. I think you said that you were never alone with Harmony once you were evicted.
Right.
And I think you said pretty much the whole family unit stayed in the car.
Yes.
Right?
And that was from the time that you were evicted.
Yes.
And I think you also said something about from the time that you were evicted, every time you were in public, Harmony had to be under a cover.
Yes.
Okay. And you talked about an accident that was on November 29.
Yes.
And that's the day after Thanksgiving.
Yes.
A couple of days after you got evicted.
Yes.
And after that, on the same day of that accident, you actually went with the family to your mother's house.
Yes.
And so you, Harmony, Declan, and Seamus are there with your mother and her boyfriend and Adam.
Yes.
You were not in the car at that time.
No, we were inside the apartment.
And Harmony was not under a blanket.
No.
And on December, what is it? 2nd, you and Adam got in another bit of a fender bender, right?
Yes.
And that was out near Market Street, right?
Yes.
And the kids were not in the car that time, right?
I don't remember.
You don't remember that they were not in the car?
I don't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. So do you remember talking to the police about that traffic accident?
Yes.
And telling them that you thought, where'd it go? That
Harmony was being babysat by Tabitha Scott.
Yes.
Because Harmony and Declan and Seamus were not in the car that accident, right?
From when I was being told, asking to remember that.
I beg your pardon?
I was being asked that question before.
Uh-huh.
And I said maybe they were being babysat by Tabitha. Because I didn't remember if they were in the car or not.
Okay. You could.
She's got a whole different vibe now after lunch, right? Her hair is up, and she's feeling snarky. My goodness.
I couldn't remember who might be babysitting on either your mother or Tabitha, right?
Right. So I don't remember not having them in the car.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the police report on that accident, would that help refresh your recollection of whether or not the kids were in the car?
Yes.
Wendy says, I swear to God, if I see any spoilers, my block button is going to be activated. Please don't share spoilers in here, you guys. I don't know why people do that. Do they feel like, I don't know what?
Sometimes I like
I'm going to tell you
spoilers
guys
when it
something.
comes to
Do
my
you
movie
think we
Power.
want to know right now? We just
I
want to
don't
watch
mind,
it, okay?
but
At our own pace.
I don't know.
You do not get brownie points for coming here and sharing spoilers. I don't understand that psychology, really. Like, guess what, guys? I'm going to tell you everything that's going to happen. Are you one of those annoying people then in movies? You know, like, wait, you got to see now. You got to see now. That's so annoying. Stop annoying us. Okay, no spoilers. Are we ready? Okay, we know. No spoilers. Let's go. Ooh, methodically checking.
I'll show you a copy of our report. It's 4 pages. And you can read anything you want to refresh your recollection, but I would start perhaps there that talks about the gist of the accident.
Yes, Simi says her whole demeanor is different now. She knows they're going to be confrontational. It really is. It's very different. Wow. Steel guitar. Okay, let's try to go a little faster here.
And I have.
There you go.
You recall the accident?
Yes.
And you recall that it was near Market Street?
Yes.
And you recalled that accident when you were talking to the police, correct?
Yes.
And I have a copy of that. We'll go back a little bit. You had a conversation with the police June 3rd. You recall that?
Of what year?
I'm sorry, 2022.
Yes.
And during that conversation, the police asked you about that accident, right?
Yes.
And when they asked you about the accident, they suggested that with it being at Market Street in the morning, you had probably just gone to the clinic, right?
Yes.
And they asked you where the kids were, right?
Yes.
And you said, I think Tabby was watching them. I'm not 100% sure, but I don't remember if it was her or my mom, but I don't know because I wasn't really at my mom's house yet because we went on the 11th.
Yes.
Okay. So when they asked where the kids were, you thought that they were being babysat by Tabitha, perhaps your mother.
Yes.
Okay. So I'm going to start with actually probably this investigation. And you were contacted by police. Sorry. A little mixed up, but you were contacted by police in December of 2021, right? looking for Harmony Montgomery, right?
Yes.
And you had actually seen things in the newspaper about Crystal Sorey wanting to find her daughter.
Yes.
And then when the police came to you, they wanted to talk to Adam about his daughter, right?
Yes.
And at that time, you and Adam were separated, right?
Yes.
You were living in the shelter.
Yes.
This was your second time at the Fit shelter, right?
Yes.
And Adam was in Maine, right?
Yeah.
And when they talked to you, you told them that as far as you knew, Adam had taken Harmony to his mother's, right?
Her mother's, yes.
I'm sorry. Thank you. And you said that you thought Adam was in Maine.
Yes.
But you didn't give them a way to get in touch with him.
Right.
OSG.
But you got in touch with him.
Yes.
And you said for him to come back to Manchester.
Yes.
You said that he needed to deal with this too.
Yes.
And you said that you were not dealing with it by yourself.
Yes.
And you said, this is not my fault.
Yes.
And Adam came when you contacted him.
Yes.
And he came to Manchester.
Yes.
But he came to Manchester with a woman.
Yes.
Kelsey Small.
Yes.
And you two had been separated since March of 2021.
Yes.
Actually, St. Patrick's Day, wasn't it?
Yes, that's when I left.
You left and you called the police.
Yes.
And Adam got arrested, right?
Yes.
And he was in jail for a while, right?
30 days, yes.
And you said he was going crazy, right?
Yes.
That he started going crazy and accusing you of all sorts of stuff.
Yes.
And he actually struck you.
Yes.
And you called the police.
Yes.
And you stayed with your mom for a little bit after that?
Yes.
And then you were back at the shelter?
Yes.
But you did have a place and the shelter was fine with you being there?
I didn't have a place.
You had a place at the shelter?
Yes.
Sorry. Okay. And you contacted Adam?
Right. Exactly.
Yes. You contacted him quite a bit while he was gone, right?
Yes.
Because he was in jail for a bit and then he went to Farnham Center, right?
Yes, I gave him a ride. So our transportation drove him to the farm center.
And then he went to a sober house.
Yes.
And while at the sober house, you two communicated.
Yes.
But you thought he might be fooling around on you then.
Yes.
And you get mad at him.
Yes.
And you tell him he couldn't see the kids.
She's doing it all. Cheating and everything.
That.
Okay, approaching time. I mean, I would assume she saw opening statements, so she knows that the defense is totally blaming her for everything. So I understand why her hair is up and she's feeling defensive. She has to defend herself. Okay, let's see.
So sometimes you wouldn't let him see the kids and sometimes you would.
I don't remember saying that he couldn't see the kids.
Okay. Sometimes you'd get mad at him.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your anger to him.
Yes.
And then sometimes you got jealous.
Yes.
And you'd communicate your jealousy to him.
But that I didn't know that he was with a girlfriend at those times.
Right. You just were jealous.
That makes sense.
Okay.
Jealous
Whether
of
it was
what?
Kelsey or not, you didn't know it was going on. But
they're going on the jealousy narrative.
Makes no
like,
sense.
oh, so you were just jealous. Yeah,
what?
she is his wife.
Wait, let me see what she got to say.
He was gallivanting off with. He actually dated quite a lot. Which, like after leaving.
Okay, hold up. She's not telling the truth on the stand. That's just my opinion, y'all. You know what I'm saying? That's just my opinion, allegedly. She's saying that she didn't know he had a girlfriend at that time. So why was you jealous for? Because he was a massive killer, unaliving his daughter? Was you jealous of that? Like, I don't get it. What was you jealous for? Because he was using more drugs than you was? What was you jealous for? You was jealous because he was sleeping around with other girls. Just say it. You saying worse stuff than that on the damn witness stand. Why you can't say that shit? Come on now. But poor her.
Kayla, interesting. He's just running around.
Please.
Adam being Adam, you know?
Because he was accusing me too.
Right.
So,
Right. It was sort of a back and forth relationship between the two of you,
Right.
right? And you'd get mad at him or he might get mad at you, right?
yes.
But when things were, but you were actually, both of you sort of trying to get together too, right?
Yeah, we were trying to have our family back together.
Yeah. You considered him your best friend when things were good.
Yes. He was the
And,
same way with me too.
right. You two were pretty connected when things were good,
She
right?
is offensive.
And sometimes even when things were not so good.
Right.
Pretty solid with each other.
Yeah.
And so when Adam showed up with this woman in December of 2021, when you called him and told him to come back, you didn't like her.
No.
I think you called her thing.
Yeah.
But you needed to work with Adam to get through this investigation, right?
That's not why I was being nice to him. Was not because of this situation.
Okay. The police talked to you before you told Adam to come back, but they talked to you after you told Adam to come back too, right?
Yeah.
And you would tell the police that he took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
And one time they asked you to come into the police station and talk to him.
Yes.
And you did go into the police station and talk to him, right?
Yes.
You went in.
Ooh, okay, Danny Dawn, you remind me to tell people what Laura Richards taught me on that course for coercive controllers and abusers, domestic violence, all that, right? That there's no such, she says, there's no such thing as a toxic relationship. If people say, oh, it's just a toxic relationship, it means there's an abuser in the picture. And that's the toxic person in the relationship. Yeah. I wrote that down on the course. I was like, that's true, actually. And people say toxic relationship a lot, right? Now, I know what you mean. It's not a healthy relationship by any means. But the toxic person, Adam Montgomery, right?
Involuntarily, right?
Yes.
You said that you didn't need a lawyer.
No, I never said that.
You said you talked to him without a lawyer, right?
I said I wanted a lawyer, but that didn't happen.
Oh.
But I felt like I was doing the right thing.
Because you wanted to do the right thing?
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing for the investigation.
Right.
And you went to the police station to do the right thing for Harmony.
Right.
And you went to the police station and told them that as far as you knew, Adam drove Harmony to Crystal's.
Yes.
So you went to the police station to do the right thing, which was to lie?
No, that's not what I said when I went to the police station without a lawyer.
Okay. Do you recall that after you talked to them for a very long time, they gave you a chance to pull your thoughts together and be alone and maybe write down what you wanted to say?
Yes.
And that you did take that time to write down what you wanted to say to them, right?
Yes.
And they came in and you handed them the note, right?
Yes.
And they read the note, right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record.
Yes.
Right? And they had you sign the note, right?
Yes.
And in that note, you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom to give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more. And then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however. And I actually can't read it. To show you a copy of exhibit.
Let me pause that for a minute. Megan says, in my opinion, Kayla came forward to cover herself, not to get justice for Harmony. If she did not have charges over her head intentionally, we would not be here today, and I totally agree. Yes, ma'am. Yes. You hit that right on the nose, Megan. Yes, did. I truly believe that. I truly believe that. Because she has shit hanging over her head. Yup. Yeah. She's just as cold as he is. But a lot of people don't see that yet, though. They will as the trial goes on.
Came to her ID and actually ask you what it says.
She's a monster too. She helped
You can
put
look
that
at
baby
me,
in the
however.
bag
And
and unalive
I'm
that
asking you
baby.
if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection.
Touch that baby's unalive body.
So you said,
Put
I'm
that,
sorry,
come
I
on
can't
now.
help. You
She's a
can look at
monster
me,
too.
however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In
Yes.
that letter.
Yes.
And you said that you were done talking and you were getting your lawyer and you wanted to go home now, please, right?
Yes.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to offer this as a full exhibit.
Any objection? Roxy's ASMR says, wow, this case is intense. It really is intense, right? Oh, man. I wonder how the jury is taking this, because it could feel like, I don't know. She's being very defensive. Of course, she has to defend herself. But I just wonder how they were taking it. You know what I mean? I think the defense is building the narrative that Kayla only spoke to the police after Adam had moved on and was in new relationships, which would be the jealous, scorned woman narrative, right? That they're saying she only made up all this to tell the police to get back at him. I think that's what they're going for, right? Teleporting.
So essentially, you were pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you, right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? And then
Gareth Murphy says, gee, well, you don't need to see all the facts to have a strong opinion. That's surprising to me. Usually you maintain neutrality until you hear the facts. Have you been at the trial prep? Did you hear part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Have you done your homework, sir? Because if so, you might understand why I do have an opinion, which I do have the right to. And please lower your expectations if you think I'm always just going to be neutral. Sometimes not so much. Hello, Delphi case. Right? Not very neutral anymore there.
During that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
I'm putting my stuff all over the
Maggie.
social media.
Maggie Beth
my
says,
phone
obviously, we're
saying
all
that
shocked
it's too,
that a wife was jealous of her
I don't
husband's
even have
girlfriend.
I had
Never
empty
heard
my
of such a
phone.
situation. I know, right? This is
It's
riveting
tough.
stuff.
I don't know why people like iPhones, because
And in that,
there's not enough room
what you
on
told the
here.
police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
I just took out videos to make room.
Again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault.
Pisses me off.
They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do the whole time.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out.
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
That's true as well. Kraken Studio. The real booty said in a sarcastic tone, yes. And we're all very surprised that a coercive controller's spouse lies to cover his tracks and feels in jeopardy of her own life. I like the raised eyebrow at the end there. Like, exactly.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out.
I don't understand that. It's weird.
Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Weird.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second.
That was a snarky tone. Caroline Smith's like, okay, we'll get back to that in a second. Oh, okay. Boston Christian says, who was Kelly referring to as Thing? It was Kelsey Small, one of Adam's girlfriends. And she died of an overdose at the Econo Lodge, which I believe is the same Econo Lodge where he had once been with Kayla and the kids and had Harmony's body in a fridge. So red flag goes up for me about that overdose, even though people can overdose, especially in these circles.
No, you never know. That could have been, but the way
friends, you guys always say they're not friends; they're just drug associates. Sure, but the red flag with Adam being in the room still goes up for me, because when the police found Adam sleeping in a car and Kelsey was there in the car with him, and they asked about Harmony, she had no idea that Harmony even existed. She's like, wait. He's got 3 kids with his wife, Kayla. So, like, who's Harmony? So what if she started asking a lot of questions, Just speculating.
During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, you thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of
thinking about Adam,
she
weren't
walked right
you?
into that one. The attorney's like, oh, yeah. Oh, so you were thinking about Adam. Let's go.
Right? She caught that too.
Probably.
trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted, while you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10. Let's see if you recognize these writings.
Yep, Kayla walked right into that note. They're like, oh, exhibits, here we go. And notes where you said you still love him or whatever it's going to be now. Black Widow says, this is painful to contain snark. Right? Is your snark tank filling up? And that comment there, Boston Christian has named Adam Montgomery Prissy Tenderfoot Adam.
I need to do a case on that one, so.
Yeah, I think the defense is doing a good job of showing maybe another side of Kayla. Mm-hmm. The jury must be like, huh.
Yeah, that's what yeah. Ciao.
Okay.
I'm
Go a
just
little bit quicker
saying.
now. No pressure, Kayla. Reading her notes. Goodness.
Writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
She's being real.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with him one last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And
oh my. Tiff Knox is like, barf. Said it well. I'm like, oh boy, okay. No one wants it.
having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before.
About
the kids still having their mother
okay.
when the situation occurs.
Right.
And that he would take everything.
Yeah.
So that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen. And you both are
quite a red flag that for her to say it herself, that he would, take blame for everything so that she could get out and be with the kids. Yeah, that's not making her look very innocent, is it now?
agreed that you were the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
Right.
But you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children,
Right.
right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death.
Right.
Because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And
you guys are all like, what? That's not good, Kayla. I know, right? And Gareth, you said, I'm sorry, G, you're right. You're, of course, entitled to your opinion. As we all are, right? We are not the judge or the jury. We can all have our opinions here. We try here at Grizzly True Crime to keep the chat, tactful, respectful, share our opinions like adults just having debates. We can agree to disagree. Because I'm sure you've seen sometimes chats get completely out of hand. They get so filthy, man. It's like hard to, I just lurk. If I'm looking there, I'm just like, damn, I'm watching trials without you guys. Ones that I'm not actually covering. Like the crumbly one, I'm like, whoa. Some of these chats, I'm like, damn. Okay, so we just try to keep it respectful. But yeah, I do have an opinion. I am a human being just like all of you. And yeah, when I've done my homework, which I always do, but like some cases we don't know. We just don't know. It's definitely everyone, is innocent or proven guilty. We get that.
Mm-hmm.
But we are, as the public, allowed to have our opinion.
Have our own opinion.
The times when it gets tricky,
that's what I love about
it. Because you don't want to get sued for slander or something, you know what I mean?
Right. Oh, fuck. What did I do?
Tax season is here. Yes. And there are a lot of people expecting a refund from the...
Yeah. Okay. What did I do?
right?
Yes.
And they read it out loud for the record?
Yes.
Right? And they had you sign the note, right?
Okay.
Yes.
Was
and
I here?
In that note, you said, I don't know what happened. No clue. I just know he left to bring her to meet her mom.
Okay. Sorry, guys. I think I was right there. I'm not, probably a little bit close to right there. I was trying to press pause and I went all the way back, but I found my spot. But what I was going to say is that's what I like about, everybody has a different opinion. It's okay to have your own opinion, be different. You can have your own opinion. Disagree without being disagreeable. Like, it's okay. Not have to be a big fight over it or anything. Like, one thing I love about Brooklyn Squad over here on this platform, we have our different opinions about things, and that's okay. No one's getting mad, rushing off, unsubscribe. Well, who knows? Who was unsubscribed? Who gives a damn about that? But no one's being being in their feelings over it. You know what I'm saying? Because we're not the bad guys. They are. They the peoples that unalive that beautiful queen, that beautiful little girl, that beautiful, not queen, princess, that beautiful princess. They the ones that did that, not us. We just have our opinions on it. You know what I mean?
To give Harmony to her after he dropped me off at work in the morning.
Yes.
And you wrote, I'm done talking. And you wrote a little bit more. And then you said, I can't help anymore. I'm sorry. I can't help you. Look at me, however, and I actually can't read it. I'll show you a copy of Exhibit A2 for ID and actually ask you what it says.
Can you give me that word? You can look at me, however.
And I'm asking you if you said this stuff, if you need to refresh your recollection, you can, okay?
Okay.
So you said, I'm sorry, I can't help. You can look at me, however. Think of me, however. You just need to get him to talk because I can't get him to say anything to me. He won't tell me anything. So he obviously did something and isn't saying anything to me. And if he isn't telling me, how am I supposed to help you? I'm done talking. And then it goes on a little more for other stuff that I won't say. Okay.
Okay.
Is that what you wrote for him?
Yes.
And you were done talking, right?
And I remember it saying I want a lawyer.
You did, right? In
Yes.
that letter.
Yes.
And
those of you that aren't subscribed to the channel, take your time and take your chance now and subscribe to the platform if you like. She or things are spiritual.
Any objection?
I hope you subscribe to the platform. And Susie.
Roxy's ASMR says,
Susie.
wow, this case is intense. It really is intense, right? Oh, man. I wonder how the jury is taking this, because it could feel like, I don't know. She's being very defensive. Of course, she has to defend herself. But I just wonder how they were taking it. You know what I mean? I think the defense is building the narrative that Kayla only spoke to the police after Adam had moved on and was in new relationships, which would be the jealous, scorned woman narrative, right? That they're saying she only made up all this to tell the police to get back at him. I think that's what they're going for, right?
Who was that just now? It said random guess.
Teleporting.
If that was she or things spiritual, if that was you, let me know.
So essentially,
that was
you were
in the comments,
pointing the finger at Adam having done something wrong, not you,
there you go.
right?
Right.
And you were lying to the police about what happened, right?
Right.
And you were giving them a lie that pretty much gave you, made you look completely innocent.
Yes.
Okay. And then they came to you another time?
Yes.
While you were at the fit shelter?
Yes.
And they wanted to ask you about Adam, right?
Yes.
Because they actually saw you and Adam talking outside of the fit shelter, and Adam had just walked away and they came up, right?
I don't remember how that went, but I guess.
Okay. Pretty much right after Adam walked away, they walked up, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay. When they told you that they wanted to talk about Adam, you just sort of smiled at him and walked away, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And when the officer asked you to come to the police department, you said you'd already told him everything, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie as well, right? And then
Gareth Murphy says, gee, well, you don't need to see all the facts to have a strong opinion. That's surprising to me. Usually you maintain neutrality until you hear the facts. Have you been at the trial prep? Did you hear part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5? Have you done your homework, sir? Because if so, you might understand why I do have an opinion, which I do have the right to. And please lower your expectations if you think I'm always just going to be neutral. Sometimes not so much. Hello, Delphi case. Right? Not very neutral anymore there. Mm-mm.
Okay, so I did rewind it just right. Okay.
During that interview, you also told them that you didn't understand why Crystal was saying she didn't have harmony.
Yeah.
Maggie. Maggie Beth says, obviously, we're all shocked that a wife was jealous of her husband's girlfriend. Never heard of such a situation. I know, right? This is riveting stuff from the defense.
And in that, and what you told the police back then was that you didn't have a clue what had happened, right?
Right.
And again, you are distancing yourself so that you have no fault in this, right? They can't blame you.
That's not what I was doing. I was doing what I was told to do.
The crits
the whole
won't.
time.
Oh.
Okay. Well, Adam got arrested on January 5th, right?
Yes.
You got arrested on January 6th.
Yes.
You knew that Adam was arrested, right?
Yes.
And you were arrested for something that eventually became a theft charge, right?
Yes.
And after you were arrested, you were incarcerated.
Yes.
You were incarcerated for several months.
Yes.
And you wanted to get out.
Yes.
You worked very, very hard to get out, right?
Yes.
You worked very hard to get into rehabilitation shelters and the like in hopes that you could get out to the shelter on bail.
Yes.
And it took a long time, right?
Yes.
I think it was May 6th you finally got out.
Yeah, it was 4 months.
Pardon?
4 months.
Okay. So May 6th is about right?
Yes.
That's true as well. Kraken Studio. The real booty said in a sarcastic tone, yes. And we're all very surprised that a coercive controller's spouse lies to cover his tracks and feels in jeopardy of her own life. I like the raised eyebrow at the end there. Like, exactly.
I want to talk about some of the things going on while you were in jail, waiting to get out. Adam, by the way, you knew was not out on bail, right?
Right.
And you knew he could not get out on bail, right?
Right.
You had the ability to get out on bail, but he did not.
I didn't know he didn't have a chance to get out on bail.
Okay.
I didn't know what was going on with him.
Okay. What do you mean you didn't know what was going on?
I didn't know what his situation was with either getting out or not getting out or trying to get out. I had no idea.
Okay. You were sort of following events while you were incarcerated, right?
Not really.
Okay. You were following what was going on with Adam while you were incarcerated, right?
I don't know.
Okay. Do you remember talking to people about the fact that Adam was still talking to Kelsey on the phone while he was incarcerated?
Yes.
Okay. So, and you were saying, you know, I have ways of finding things out, right?
No.
Okay. We'll get back to that in a second.
Ooh. That was a snarky tone. Caroline Smith's like, okay, we'll get back to that in a second. Oh, okay. Boston Christian says, who is Kayla referring to as Thing? It was Kelsey Small, one of Adam's girlfriends. And she died of an overdose at the Econo Lodge, which I believe is the same Econo Lodge where he had once been with Kayla and the kids and had Harmony's body in a fridge. So, red flag goes up for me about that overdose, even though people can overdose, especially in these circles. A lot of substance abusers that were friends. You guys always say they're not friends, they're just drug associates. Sure, but the red flag with Adam being in the room still goes up for me, because when the police found Adam sleeping in a car and Kelsey was there in the car with him and they asked about Harmony, she had no idea that Harmony even existed. She's like, wait, he's got 3 kids with his wife, Kayla. So, like, who's Harmony? So what if she started asking a lot of questions, you know? Just speculating.
During that period of incarceration that you wanted to get out, you did not tell the police the truth of what happened to Harmony, right?
Right.
You didn't tell the police how Harmony died.
Right.
You didn't tell them when she died.
Right.
You didn't tell them anything truthful at all, right?
Right.
And then while you were in jail, you sort of thought about your own trouble and maybe how to get out of trouble, right?
Not just my own trouble, but okay.
What do you mean?
I don't know how to explain it.
Yeah, you thought about missing the kids, you mean? Their trouble too, because they didn't have their mother?
Yeah, and Adam. I was still thinking about Adam too.
Okay. You were thinking about Adam, weren't you?
Yeah.
And while you were thinking about how to get out of
Oh no, she walked right into that one. The attorney's like, oh yeah, oh, so you were thinking about Adam. Let's go with that. Are they going to bring up the note? Probably.
trouble, you sort of wrote some of your thoughts down on paper about how to get out of trouble, right?
Not how to get out of trouble, just what I was thinking. Yes.
About what you wanted. Well, you talked about betraying Adam, right?
Right.
To get what you wanted, right?
No.
Okay. I'm going to show you a copy of what is marked for ID as G10.
She hit it right on the nose. Just like you said, Megan. Just like you said.
Yep, Kayla walked right into that note. They're like, oh, exhibits, here we go. And notes where you said you still love him or whatever it's going to be now. Black Widow says, this is painful to contain snark. Right? Is your snark tank filling up? And that comment there, Boston Christian has named Adam Montgomery Prissy Tenderfoot Adam.
You're funny.
Yeah, I think the defense is doing a good job of showing maybe another side of Kayla.
Yeah.
The jury must be like, huh.
Yeah. Told you. Told you.
Okay. Let's go a little bit faster now.
All that crying and I was scared and stuff. Yeah, she was scared and
pressure,
stuff.
Kayla.
But
reading her notes.
It's just I don't think that she really gave a damn about that little girl.
Goodness.
Writings of your thoughts that you put to paper about what you wanted to betray Adam, right?
No. They are my thoughts. Yes.
Okay. Well, let's go. One of the things
Let's go.
that you wanted was one last time with Adam, right?
Right.
You wanted one last time to maybe kiss him or make love.
Yep.
And what you didn't write was that you wanted protection from Adam, right?
Right.
What you didn't write was that you were afraid of Adam, right?
Right.
Because you didn't want protection from Adam, right?
I wasn't thinking about that.
Okay. You just wanted to be with him one last time before you, as you put it, betrayed him, right?
Yes.
And
oh my.
Yeah.
Tiff Knox is like, barf. Said it well. I'm like, oh boy, okay.
Yeah.
No one wants it.
having one last time with Adam before you talked to the police, you felt like he would understand and he would love you back, right?
No, I'm thinking about the conversation that him and I had before.
About
the kids still having their mother
Okay.
when this situation occurs.
Right.
And that he would take everything.
Yeah.
So that I could be with the kids.
Right. You two talked about that and what would happen. And you both are
quite a red flag that for her to say it herself.
Right.
That he would, take blame for everything so that she could get out and be with the kids. Yeah, that's not making her look very innocent, is it now?
No, it's not.
agreed.
See what I'm saying? I knew that bitch was
You were
slick.
the mother. You were more important to the kids, right?
I knew that bitch was slick.
That you were the mother of his children, right?
Right.
And you needed to be there for his children, right? And you needed to be around more than he needed to be around.
No.
You actually wanted him to not be caught, right?
Yeah, I didn't.
Pardon?
I didn't.
And you wanted him to not be blamed for the death.
Right.
Because he didn't do what you said he did.
He did do what he did.
Okay. Well, one of the things that you wanted, other than being alone one last time, was immunity. Immunity for everything, the charges you were facing and what you were about to say, right?
Right.
And it's what you were about to say about Adam, right?
Right.
You weren't going to say anything about you if you didn't have to, right?
I was going to say everything.
Okay. And you wanted the kids in your life. You didn't want to lose custody of your kids, right?
Right.
And you wanted treatment, right?
Right.
You wanted mental health counseling, right?
Right.
And
how's that going, girl?
You guys are all like, what? That's not good, Kayla. I know, right? And Gareth, you said, I'm sorry, G, you're right. You're, of course, entitled to your opinion. As we all are, right? We are not the judge or the jury. We can all have our opinions here. We try here at Grizzly True Crime to keep the chat, tactful, respectful, share our opinions like adults just having debates. We can agree to disagree. Because I'm sure you've seen sometimes chats get completely out of hand. They get so filthy, man. It's like hard to you. I just lurk. If I'm looking there, I'm just like, damn, I'm watching trials without you guys. Ones that I'm not actually covering. Like the crumbly one. I'm like, whoa. Some of these chats, I'm like, damn.
I know, girl. Me too. I be like, damn, I just be lurking.
Yeah, I do have an opinion. I am a human being just like all of you.
That's right.
And yeah, when I've done my homework, which I always do, but like some cases we don't know. We just don't know. It's definitely everyone, is innocent or proven guilty. We get that. But we are, as the public, allowed to have our opinion. The times when it gets tricky to have an opinion is because you don't want to get sued for slander or something, you know what I mean? But you are allowed to have your opinion.
That's right.
But in this case, the amount of deep diving we've done, I mean, part 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 of a deep dive before this trial started. Whoa, like Adam Montgomery. Sure, what a rap sheet. He started committing crimes when he was 12 years old. He is a career criminal. That's what he was sentenced with as well after the weapons trial, right? Like, that guy is bad news. And as I say, I would speculate he could have killed more people than we know and could be a serial killer with that background. There's an unsolved murder that he's the prime suspect in, and he has killed another man before that's known. So, I mean, and then there's Harmony Montgomery. So you see what I'm saying? Oh, no, this guy is bad news. And Kayla, I've actually been very nicely perched on the fence. Just be like, let's just observe. Let's see.
Yeah.
But the thing she's saying now, oh, shame.
Yeah.
Not going well for her. Not going well. She's just like, yeah, I just want to be with him one last time. No.
She's a monster too.
Oh, no. And you didn't want him to get caught. Where's the empathy for Harmony?
Exactly.
Where's the care for Harmony? Right?
Exactly.
Oh, man.
Immunity from everything. Where did you learn about immunity? For Adam told you about immunity?
Yeah.
And this is things that you're going to talk to your lawyer about?
Yes.
Okay. And you thought that you want to see what the AG has to offer, but you don't want to end up being screwed yourself by them, right?
Right.
You didn't want them to play games with you and then you would get fucked in the end, right?
Yeah, because that's what Adam said that they would do.
Okay. It was all Adam, right?
I am my own person, but yes.
Okay. And you said, I am so fucked, I should just, I don't know, for Harmony, for me, for my kids, so you actually thought, maybe I will help with the investigation for Harmony.
Yeah.
And
she didn't.
One of the things is you were noticing that Seamus was having a hard time, as well as Declan, and you didn't want them to get adopted out, right?
Right.
And it's one of the things that you talked to Adam about when you two agreed not to talk about Harmony's death was that people would take the children.
Right.
And you didn't.
Stefan says, mind your language, Caroline. And she says it with less gusto than the than the state does, right? When they say the F word, they really they hoy that word out there. They really say it. She's kind of like Caroline's, like trying to delicately say it. Just put that F bomb in there.
Sure.
Want people to take the children, right?
Right.
And you would rather hide Harmony's death than have the state come and take the children from you, right?
That's not what I was thinking.
Okay.
Yeah, you was, girl.
But you two talked about it and how important it was for you to be there with the kids and for them not to take the children, right?
Yes.
And it is a conversation that you and Adam had after you discovered Harmony's death.
Yes.
And it is something that you agreed to after you discovered Harmony's death, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
And Adam did agree to take the fall after you discovered Harmony's death and had that conversation.
Yes.
And as you said, when
Quick pause. Denise said, agree, but at least she's being truthful. She didn't have to say that she didn't want him to get caught, right? Exactly. That is giving her credit for that as well, because she's also a very important witness. Without the information that she's giving, now that she knows she's got a plea deal as well, okay, we wouldn't have any of this information, right? Yeah, Gerda says that doesn't beat the Afrikaans way. I know, right? Right. Also, Willow has come to join us in the studio here, like a diva on that armchair. If you are on Patreon and you're in that community chat, you know what it looks like when she's in the studio, right? Okay, so I think we're doing well today. Time-wise, everything's going well. Hope you guys are enjoying watching the trial here with me. Day 3 of the Adam Montgomery trial. Tomorrow, we're going to have a very special guest on. We'll have Sunny Slaughter, a law enforcement and litigation expert who you might have seen on Court TV a few times. She's often on there with Julie Grant for opening statements. So Sunny will be with us tomorrow at 2 p.m. Eastern. Make sure that you set your notifications for that one. Click notify me on that stream. It's already made public, so you can find it if you go to my channel.
Yeah, I want to go live at 2 p.m.
This one should also redirect you to that one, okay? Like teleport. Just wanted to let you know in case you can't stay here for the whole trial still. We still got some time to go. I think the trial day finished already. I think they went home early on a Friday. Quite nice, but we've still got some time to go. So let's check it out.
you two were in sync, it was about as tight as it could be, right?
Right.
Best friends, do anything for the other.
Right.
That note was your thoughts for what you wanted your attorney to talk to the AG about, right?
Yes.
And that note was found in your cell, hidden like between the mattress and the frame?
No, it was in a book.
Okay. But it was found during a regular cell search, right?
Yes.
And the COs asked you about that note.
Yes.
And you said that you wanted to talk to the AG.
Yes.
And when you hoped to talk to the AG, those were the conditions that you wanted to get.
Yes.
And you did not have a conversation with the AG in January, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in February, right?
No.
Didn't have a conversation with the AG in March, right?
No.
But you did get a subpoena for the grand jury.
Yes.
And you understood what the grand jury was.
Yes.
And you did get out May 6th, right? That
Yes.
was before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
You know what I was thinking, ladies? Because it's only us ladies in here. I guess. I mean, we got people in the back, but we don't know who they are. I was thinking that if we go live with her live tomorrow and just sit in her audience with me going live with her and watch her at 2 o'clock. But then I don't know, because tomorrow I got a busy day, but I still want to do a live with you guys to do the other part. But let me know in the comments, what do you think about that? I do a live. I go in her live and we just show her love and watch the thing, you know? So let me know. It starts at 2. I don't know. I'll try. I know tomorrow is pretty hectic, but I don't know. But let me know what y'all think about that. If not, we could just do it like we're doing now and just watch the replay. You know what I mean? It's not a big deal. But I do want to hook up with her. I'm going to message her actually.
You still didn't talk to the AG before you went to the grand jury.
Right.
I did tag her in the videos
By the way, I
that we
would like
just
to
did.
have that introduced as a whole
Okay,
exhibit.
so yeah,
That would be
I put her on TikTok, and I'm gonna and YouTube.
for ID.
So
I like how the judge takes notes. I know I said that yesterday, but I do. She's always like writing things down there. Christy says, "Oh, this was the big note from yesterday." Yep, that's what the defense referred to in their opening statement. So we're hearing more about it now. Okay, let's just see if we can go forward a little bit. Long sidebar.
Sorry, I couldn't do. So in any event, you, after that note was seized, you asked to talk to the AG. You didn't talk to the AG before getting subpoenaed to the grand jury, but you did get out, right?
Yes.
And before you got out, you actually filed for divorce, right?
Yes.
You filed for divorce in March.
Yes.
And you were done, right?
As hard as it was, yes.
Okay, done. It was in your past now.
Not really, but
okay. But your future was about you now, right?
Yeah, I tried.
Okay. And you went to the grand jury in May of 2022, May 20th, actually, right? That sound right?
I didn't know it was in the same month that I got out, but I thought it was around that time, between May and June.
Okay. If I showed you a copy of the front of the transcript of your testimony, would that help refresh your recollection about when it was?
Yes.
Okay. And this is State's Defendant's Exhibit B for ID. Does that refresh your recollection? Yes, please feel free to check through the transcript to make sure it's correct and that it's you.
I remember I remember going to this, yes.
Okay. And looking at it doesn't refresh your recollection about the exact day, but it seems like around the.
Yes.
Okay. Now, when you went to the grand jury, you had no immunity, right?
Right.
You had no agreement with the state.
Right.
And about 2 years, over 2 years had passed since Harmony had died.
Yes.
And over 2 months had passed since you wrote that note that is Exhibit G of the conditions that you'd like to get for, quote, betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And so you went to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were advised that you had to tell the truth, right? Yes. They actually swore you in like you were sworn in here.
Yes.
And there was a prosecutor there asking you questions.
Yes.
And there was a group of people not in this configuration, but probably even more people there that were the grand jury.
Yes.
And you were not particularly happy with Adam when you went to the grand jury, right?
I was stuck in my head.
Okay. Well, you lied to the grand jury.
She's like, I was stuck in my head. Okay. But I think the defense is now doing a good job of like, but you were sworn in before. right, in front of the grand jury, just like you were sworn in today, right? But you lied then. Well, that's why she's got the perjury charges. So, yes, indeed. There's something that I have here that I want to show you guys quickly. Which, thank you to Grizzly Cat for sending me this. Office of the Sheriff, Hillsborough County. Sheriff Christopher D. Connolly. It's about Adam Montgomery not wanting to go to the courtroom, I think. To Lieutenant Thomas Burke from Sergeant Christopher. Is that Folloman? Subject, Adam Montgomery. February 7th of 2024. So 2 days ago, yeah. On February 7th of 2024 at approximately 0700 hours, 7 in the morning, Deputy Joshua Toms and I were dressed in the uniform of the day and assigned to transport the following subject from the NH State Prison, Secured Housing Unit, to the Hillsborough County Superior Court, Northern District. Adam Montgomery, date of birth 1/22/1990. We were given access to the booking area of the Secured Housing Unit, where we were to take custody of Montgomery. We were met by a correctional officer who escorted Montgomery into the booking area. Montgomery immediately asked why we were so early, and I advised that we had other assignments after he was taken to the court. Oh, we're learning more about him now. Why are you here so early? Okay, dude on trial for your daughter's murder.
Right? I just dropped the group, those that's new to my YouTube channel. I just dropped my Brooklyn Squad True Crime group in the chat. Please hit that link and check it out. I made a group a while back for victims and victims' families and anybody to just come in that needs to share any stories of their lost ones or anybody that passed away or any true crimes or anything, any cases, even if you're not a victim. Please join the group. I'm going to be doing a lot more in that group. I'm going to be doing lives in that group. Okay. So go check the group out and follow me on there. Hit that link. Thank you. It's right there in the comments. I just put the link there.
She's like, why are you here so early? Okay, you wanted it his way. Anyway, moving on. So I advised that we had other assignments after he was taken to the court. The correctional officer instructed Montgomery to enter a holding cell to be strip searched, at which point Montgomery got upset and questioned multiple times why he had to be strip searched since he was changing at the court. I could not make out the remainder of the conversation, but just before they walked back into the booking area, Montgomery stated he was not going to court. This guy.
Interesting.
Correctional officer. Sorry, I'm looking there because this is a little small and I want to read it to you. And I can only see it there, but I don't want to change the sizing because then it changes the court video sizing. Okay. So they said the correctional officer said something to him and Montgomery stated that he was not effing going. He looked visibly upset, looked at Deputy Toms and I, and stated that he was refusing to go and he was not going to court. I contacted Lieutenant Thomas Burke of the Sheriff's Office and advised him that Montgomery refused to go to court. We cleared the prison at approximately 7:17 hours. Well, it sounds to me like he needs to be strip searched. Right? Okay, back to the testimony.
Because he said he didn't want to come because he didn't want to be strip searched.
Even though you swore an oath to tell the truth.
Yes.
And not only did you swear an oath to tell the truth, but you were actually given, I think what they called ground rules. You remember being given some of the rules of testifying in front of the grand jury?
Yes.
And you were told that you could refuse to answer any question if it would incriminate you, right?
Yes.
And you understood what incriminating you would mean, right?
Yes.
And that meant if it would get you in trouble.
Yes.
And you were told that incrimination was pretty much if your answer would risk you being charged with a crime.
Yes.
And you were also told that if you did answer, you had to answer truthfully.
Yes.
But you were also told that if you had an answer that got someone else in trouble, you had to answer that.
Yes.
And you were asked if you had any questions about those rules, right?
Yes.
And you were also told that if you had a question about any of the questions,
yes,
meaning if a question might incriminate you or not, you could take a break, step outside and talk to your lawyer, right?
Yes.
Your lawyer wasn't allowed in the courtroom, but he was available to you, right?
Yes.
And if you thought that a question might get you in trouble, you could go out and talk to your lawyer.
Yes.
And you were also told that you could get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
You were told that not only could you get charged with perjury if you lied to the grand jury, but you could get charged with perjury for each and every lie.
Yes.
And that a perjury charge could bring a sentence of 3.5 to 7 years.
Yes.
In prison.
Mm.
And that if you lied more than once, you could get more than one sentence of 3.5 to 7.
Yes.
You could get a sentence of 3.5 to 7 for every lie you told to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied to the grand jury.
Yes.
And you lied more than once?
Yes.
You lied more than twice?
I only got 2 counts of it, so I don't remember lying more than twice.
You do not recall lying more than twice to the grand jury?
Right.
You think you only lied twice to them?
Yes.
Okay. Let's go through what you talked to the grand jury about. They actually talked to you. The prosecutor had this note.
Yes.
Grand jury, right?
Yes.
And I couldn't tell. Was it this note that was handwritten by you, or was it a copy of it?
It was a copy of it.
Okay. And he read some and had you read some of the note out loud to the grand jury so he could ask you questions about it, right?
Yes.
And he asked you what you meant by thinking about betraying Adam, right?
Yes.
And you said you were thinking about, that he hurt Adam, Harmony, right? Because he had actually only been arrested on June 5th for second-degree assault to Harmony.
Yes.
And you said that betrayal sort of referred to that. You were going to betray him on that.
Yes.
Okay. Because you said that you didn't know what happened to Harmony, that you had no idea.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And
we know
you
that was
said you thought Adam hurt her, but you didn't know what happened to her.
Yes.
That was a lie.
Yes.
And that was a lie that protected you, but pointed the finger at Adam, right?
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked about physical abuse by Adam?
Yes.
And you said he spanked her a couple of times when she wasn't listening or something, but it wasn't a lot.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
And when they asked, well, what is it that you're talking about betraying him? You said, well, he verbally abused her by putting her in a corner and spanking her.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
No.
Okay. You told the grand jury that the last time you saw Harmony was 2 days after Thanksgiving, 2019.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You told
lies
them
you tell,
that
girl,
Adam
lies
dropped
you
you off at
tell.
work because he was bringing her to her mother's.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
And you said all the kids were in the car. You were going to work and everybody was fine.
Yes.
Was that a lie?
Yes.
You said that you worked in the morning. You knew it was, they asked you about your shift and you said it was 6 to 2 at Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
And that was the truth for when you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, but it was a lie for 2 days after Thanksgiving, right? You didn't work at Dunkin' Donuts 2 days after Thanksgiving.
Right.
And that was one of the lies that you got charged with.
Yes.
Okay. But you had lied before that, right? To the grand jury already.
Yes.
So they're trying to impeach her or what? Just be like, nope, she's not credible. That's it. She lies too much. Done.
Yeah.
I mean, they're doing a good job at doing that. I think, they're doing the best they can as the defense to point out, okay, so do you lie about this? No. Do you lie about that? Yes. What about this? No. What about that? Yes. Oh, okay. Well, then we can't trust anything you say, right? I think that's where they're going with this.
And then you also said the day that you were working on at the Dunkin' Donuts, and that was your second charge.
Yes.
So you got charged for lying about the shift that you worked at Dunkin' Donuts, and you got charged for lying about...
It was the location.
The location, not the day.
Yes.
Okay. The location of Dunkin' Donuts, right?
Yes.
But not all those other lies that we've already talked about. You didn't get charges for them, right? And when you told the grand jury that you were working at Dunkin' Donuts that day, the prosecutor actually gave you a hint. He said, "Are you sure?" And you said, "Yeah," right?
Yes.
And he said, "Take a minute and think, because we had the records," right?
Right.
And you repeated the lie anyway.
Yes.
And but you knew that they knew at that point that you might be lying.
Yes.
You knew that you might be getting caught.
Yes.
And you didn't know what to do.
No, I did not.
So you just continued in your lie.
Yes.
And so you said that you had a conversation with Adam, and he told you a day or two before taking Harmony to her mother that he was going to do that, right?
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said that you figured he gave her to her mom because her mom, Crystal, had a place.
Yes.
But you didn't figure he gave her to her mom.
No.
You knew that she had died.
Yes.
And she had died in the car.
Yes.
She died in the car with you.
Yes.
And you knew it.
Yes.
And so when you said you're trying to convince the grand jury that you're telling the truth, right?
Right.
Because every time you lie to them, you are subject to 3.5 to 7.
Right.
And so you want them to believe you.
Right.
And then you tell them that one of the reasons that you didn't think about what was going on with Harmony was because you had a lot of stuff going on with your son.
I don't remember that.
Okay. You said that one of the reasons that Adam brought Harmony to her mom was because she had already been through so much with the state that he didn't want her to live in the car anymore, and she could live in a better place with Crystal.
Yes.
And that, again, was trying to get the grand jury to believe your story.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And you said Harmony was a normal kid, right?
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
You said that she had issues like anybody else.
Yes.
And that was not a lie.
No.
And you said that you actually, when Adam came back without Harmony, you actually asked, did you take Harmony to Crystal, like you said? And he told you he had.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury you didn't think it was strange that Adam didn't buy Harmony birthday cards or talk to Crystal about Harmony, right?
Right.
Caroline says the real question, will the jury believe her description of Harmony's death at Adam's hands? I think they will. I think especially combining this witness with Uncle Kevin, even a little bit what the DCYF guy said. Yeah, if I was on the jury, right, would you, where would you be at? I think I would believe what she said Adam did.
And they asked you why, and you said it was because you had your own issues with your eldest son, and with all that you and Adam were going through, you weren't thinking about Harmony or your eldest son.
Right.
And that is the son that is not of you and Adam, right?
Right.
That is a son that you were also visiting.
Yes.
And there was a lot going on with your son. Adam had a lot going on with Harmony. And so you just didn't think about all those things because it was too chaotic.
Yes.
And so while some of that might be true, that certainly wasn't why you weren't thinking about Harmony, or about Adam not staying in touch with Harmony, right?
Right.
Because you knew Adam was dead, right? Harmony was dead, I'm sorry.
Yes.
And so you just...
Yeah, she misspoke there. She's like, you knew Adam was dead. Kayla was like, sorry, what? Yeah, nope. Sure.
sort of made that up as a reason why things are going on in your head, so something that would be strange to other people wasn't strange to you, right?
Right.
It just sort of popped in your head. This is a good reason to give the grand jury to try and convince them I'm telling the truth.
Right.
But it was from a real life detail, right? That was going on in your life with your eldest son.
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that Adam had been violent to you, so you believed that he had been violent to his daughter.
Yes.
But you hadn't seen anything.
Right.
And you told them that you were under the assumption that whole time that Harmony was with her mother.
Yes.
Another lie.
Yes.
You told the grand jury, obviously, you were thinking he did something wrong, but you didn't want to think about that, right?
Right.
And you said because you had the other kids too, right?
Right.
You had other stuff to think about.
Right.
When the prosecutor asked you, do you think it's a good possibility that Harmony's not around anymore? You said that could be a possibility, right?
Right.
You didn't tell them that you knew she was dead, right? You didn't tell them that you were there when she died.
Right.
And that's kind of a lie by omission, right?
Yes.
Like not telling them something to send them down the wrong road, right?
Right.
Okay, so they're proving she's a liar. We already knew that from day one. You know, she's got perjury charges. We know that. In my opinion, this is not proving that she did it. So I wonder if the jury's feeling like that at this moment. Also, I see there's a lot of new names in chat. So welcome to all of you. I hope that you will consider subscribing and becoming part of this community. Thank you for watching the trial here with us. We always start a bit later so that we can just speed right through or skip over the lunch breaks. Never mind speed through, we just skip right over it. So we don't have to wait around for the next witness or whatever's happening. It seems like, of course, Kayla's on the stand all day today, which I did kind of expect. If you are new here, I would highly recommend checking out my playlist on this case because we did some trial prep that you might find interesting. I like Adam Montgomery's dark criminal past, that he's been, committing crimes since he was 12 years old, that there's an unsolved murder that he is he's the prime suspect in, things like that. How he stalked women, how all kinds of things that you might want to hear about just for some background info. The first part one, if you look at if you just watch it in order, part one of the trial prep is a complete timeline and case overview. So you'll get, we like bullet points over here, if you didn't know. We'll have bullet points and maps and documents and police interrogations. We've done that as well. We looked at Adam Montgomery's police interview, which lasted just over 30 minutes or so. As soon as they asked him about Harmony, he clammed right up. So wouldn't talk about her at all. And also with the body cam video, same. So anyway, thank you for being here. I hope you'll check that out because it's weekend, which means you get some time to do homework. You got some weekend homework. You got do your trial prep. You know why? Because it will help you so much to understand, just the context of some of the things that are being said, because I can't remind you of everything. I can't interrupt like this all the time and just keep on repeating the same stuff. If you watch those parts, you'll be all caught up. Okay, so let's keep going here. I think, Kayla seems to be the only witness the whole day, and that's that.
And when they asked you if you remembered any more about the day that Adam drove off with Harmony, you told them what you remembered. Seamus was 2 and Declan was 11
months.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay. And you were asked if you remembered anything Adam said, and you said, no, not that I can. You sort of let it trail off, right?
Right.
You were asked if you were done with Adam at the time that you were testifying, right?
Right.
He said, are you done with him? And you said yes.
Right.
And are you saying that was a lie?
Yes.
Okay. And you told them that
Simi Sharp says defense putting us all to sleep. A little bit, right? Should I go quicker? Should I go quicker? Janet says, gee, you recognize all 258,000 names? All 258,000, yes.
You kept insisting that all you knew was that Adam drove off with Harmony, and that was all you knew.
Yes.
And that was a lie.
Yes.
And that is protecting you.
And Adam.
It's actually pointing the finger at Adam, right?
No.
Okay.
Not when it's the lie.
Okay. Because you told them that you thought Adam must have done something wrong with Harmony, right?
Right.
And you were pointing the finger at Adam, right?
Right.
And you were protecting
Now we're at 1.2 speed.
you.
Right.
Okay. And when the subject of the items that Harmony had, you told him that Harmony had a sports cup with pink flowers, right?
I don't remember telling them that. They showed me a picture of it.
Oh, okay. Do you remember telling them that?
I just remember the picture.
Did you tell them that she was wearing Nike sneakers?
Yes.
And that she was wearing a Star Wars hoodie?
Yes.
And you talked to the jury with a straight face about remembering what she was wearing, right?
Yes.
Even though the Star Wars hoodie is what you cut off of her body in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
Okay. And you didn't have any problem talking about that to the grand jury, that that's what she was wearing, right?
Right.
But you did have a problem telling the grand jury the truth, that you were cutting off her clothes in the shower at Union Avenue.
Right.
And you said the last time you saw Harmony, she was happy.
Yes.
And you had no problem with that lie to the grand jury, right?
Right.
And the last time you saw Harmony, you thought she was asleep, but she was dead.
Yes.
Okay. One of the things that happened at the grand jury was you were talking about some of the things that the family did after eviction, right?
Yes.
And you talked about going to Colonial Village, right?
Yes.
And Colonial Village is what you've talked about on direct, pretty much where you kind of camped out during the weeks before you went to your mom's.
Yeah.
Don't you think that the jury would now be thinking, wait, so if Kayla thought that after that Harmony was just asleep, that would help strengthen the case against Adam for the second-degree assault, because then it means it wasn't out of the ordinary, which is heartbreaking to think about. But you know what I mean? The fact that they can just go to Burger King and just go and get drugs and just hang out and then be like, oh crap, she's actually not alive. Yeah, that means it happened a lot, right?
Yes.
And I think you told the grand jury that you went to your mom's around the 11th.
Yes.
And that seems about right?
Yeah, it was the beginning of December.
The 11th?
Like the beginning of the month of December.
Okay, well,
I call that the beginning. Sorry.
You'd been in the car for a couple of weeks before going to your mom's, right?
Right.
So you told them that your car had died and you slept in the car of your friend Anthony Badero for a weekend.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that that you went to your mom's.
Yes.
And you told them that Badero saw Harmony every day while living at the Colonial for that couple of weeks, right?
Yes.
And that was a slip up, right?
I don't remember.
Well, if you were telling the grand jury that Harmony died on November 30th, but you're talking about being in the car for a couple of weeks from...
Got to take breaks to keep the energy up, because it's also making me a little sleepy. I think the defense is doing a fairly good job of trying to prove that she's a liar. They're trying to impeach this witness. Okay. But I agree. I'm just like, it's making me sleepy. Objection Cake said, but Adam said, apparently, I think I really hurt her this time. Yes, but the problem was that when the prosecutor was asking her that, she said that Adam said, I think I really hurt her. She didn't say the words this time on the stand, and I really wish he had pushed for that. Like, did he not say this time? Is that all that he said? You know, they didn't say that. But yes, we had previously heard from the probable cause affidavit that she said, Adam said, I think I really hurt her this time.
Mm-hmm.
The 20.
All right, hold on. No speaking objections, please approach.
Ooh, sidebar. Lizbeth case is there any proof that the car broke down? Yes, the car was towed on that same day, December 7th of 2019, I believe it was. And they actually found the car, which was 2 years later, because the police didn't know that Harmony was missing until 2 years later. So then they had to go track down the car and everything. They found the car, and the car still had Harmony's pink Trolls toothbrush in it. Shame. So yes, also to the comment, I had a comment on screen earlier where someone was just saying, you don't have to be green to be.
Are you ladies okay up in the building? You ladies good? Y'all still sticking with me? Lord have mercy. It's almost 1 in the morning. Well, it's almost 12:30. We got a little bit more to go. Y'all good? This case is crazy. It's crazy. It's
be a
sad.
grizzly. You don't have to be a member to be a grizzly. All you got to do is subscribe. Then you're part of our community. I never expect anyone to join membership. And if you do want to join something with perks, the best place is actually Patreon, and it's $1 to join. The lowest tier is $1. You get access to everything, just like every other tier. And you also get all the YouTube members-only replays, and you get your very own Patreon-only live streams. It's like literally the best deal possible is Patreon. It's just most people, they don't know about it, or they don't go check it out, or they're just like, I don't know, Patreon. But it's the best place to be. You get the most stuff. You support me the most as well. So if you haven't checked it out, and you don't want to spend the membership here, you can go to Patreon, because YouTube over here is going to take half anyway. You know what I mean? So thank you so much to everyone who is a member here. But just know, you don't have to be a member to be a grizzly. If you're new here, just subscribe. You're a grizzly.
Right. That's right.
Okay, sidebar time.
If you're new here, just subscribe. You a Brooklyn Squad. I dig her. I like her.
Did Anthony Bordello didn't see y'all very much before you were parked at the Colonial, right?
Yes, he did.
Okay. Did he see Harmony often?
Once in a while, if we drove to his place.
Okay. Would you go in to his place with Harmony?
No.
Okay.
We'd be in the car.
Okay. And so I'm going to show you a portion of your grand jury testimony. And ask you to read it to yourself. And then I'm going to ask you some questions about it, okay?
Okay.
Okay. And I will say that this starts after you're talking about the accidents that we've talked about earlier today.
Okay.
Now I'm going to show you a specific page, which is 45. And feel free to read anything that you want, but start at 45, going through until the subject changes, okay?
Okay.
Let's go forward. See, you can do that now. Isn't that great?
Every day, but now you're saying it's probably every.
There we go.
Refresh your recollection.
Yes.
And at first you told them that Badero saw Harmony. Did you tell them that Badero saw Harmony for probably every day for like a couple of weeks?
Yes.
Was that the truth?
No, it was like every couple of days.
For the whole 2 weeks?
Yes.
He would go out there to the car, right? And talk to y'all, right?
Yes.
And sometimes he and Adam would go off and do stuff.
No.
Adam and he might actually give Badero, drive Badero in Badero's car for a while, right?
No.
And that's why was Badero coming out to the car for you?
Because we were getting drugs.
Okay. So you're saying Badero came out to the car to give you drugs?
Yes.
Okay. You said that Badero saw Harmony probably every day.
I wonder why the defense is asking it like that, because we already knew that. Interesting. Very interesting.
But now you're saying it's probably every couple of days?
Yes.
And after you said that to the prosecutor, do you remember actually addressing the fact that you said that you hadn't seen Harmony after November 30th?
No.
Does that refresh your recollection about whether he raised that?
I'm sorry.
That he actually reminded you that you had said that Harmony went missing on the 30th, right?
Right.
And so he said, are you saying Badero saw Harmony before November 30th? And you said, yeah.
Yes, he did.
Okay. But you were actually saying also that Badero saw Harmony during that 2-week period that you were behind his place.
Right.
Okay. But you said that Harmony had disappeared, been gone, left.
Overruled.
So that was sort of a slip saying that, right?
Overruled.
No.
You're talking about events after the 30th where Badero is seeing Harmony at a time that you're telling the grand jury that Harmony is gone off. Adam took her to her mother.
After the 30th. He saw her before that.
Okay.
Okay.
For 2 weeks after eviction, while you're staying at Colonial Village, he saw her during those 2 weeks. Is that right?
Yes.
So eviction would be November 27th, right?
Yes.
And for that 2-week period, that would take you just shy of December 8, 9.
Yes.
And so you are saying that Mr. Badero is seeing Harmony in December.
Yes.
That was a slip, right?
No. I didn't know what the last time was that.
Mary Ann Ponte says, hey, G, thanks for the coverage, my friend. It's Yawn City here right now. Not you, but the defense. Get on with it. She's not getting anywhere with this line of questioning. I know, right? It's like, oh my word. Yawn City.
He saw her, but I know that he did see her every couple of days during that time.
Okay, but if Harmony was if you're saying that Harmony is gone since November 30th, how can somebody be seeing her in your car after November 30th?
Approach.
Okay, approaching.
Told the grand jury that for 2 weeks from that eviction, you stayed at Colonial Village.
Yes.
But you told the grand jury that 3 days after that eviction, Adam took Harmony to his mother's.
Yes.
Or to her mother's.
Yes.
So that she was no longer in the car.
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2-week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying?
Yes.
But you also told the grand jury that Anthony Badero saw Harmony throughout that 2-week period, right?
Right.
Okay. Are you saying that Harmony was in your car during that 2-week period for Badero to, are you telling the grand jury that he was in your car for that 2-week period after Adam had taken Harmony to her mother's?
Yes, because that didn't happen.
Overruled.
Pardon?
Yes, because she didn't actually go missing on November 30th. So yes, he did see her.
Okay. So that was actually the truth,
Right.
right? And it was a truth that was very inconsistent with the lie that you had been telling, right? So you sort of slipped up there, but it got missed,
Yes.
right? After that, maybe it is a good spot.
Ladies and
is a little break, or we're going to teleport right through that. Little B says, thank you for all you do and have done and still do. Thank you so much, Little B. I really appreciate it.
This is a good time for our mid-afternoon break. We'll take about 15 minutes, and we'll come back and resume the testimony. I'll ask you to just stay here. Please rise for the jurors.
Going forward, we're looking at the flag. Okay. Back in the courtroom.
Please be seated.
Thank you, Your Honor. At the grand jury, you were asked about those car accidents, remember?
Yes.
And you said that you recalled two and that Harmony was in the car for one of them, but she wasn't in the car for the other, right?
Yes.
And that you couldn't remember why she wasn't in the car for the other, right? And you thought that that was a November accident that she wasn't in the car for.
Right.
Is that the December accident that she wasn't in the car for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Do you remember that Tabitha Scott was in the November 29th accident, was in the car during that?
Yes.
Okay. So you thought it was November, but you're probably talking about the December accident where Harmony wasn't in the car?
Yes.
Okay. And do you remember on direct that the prosecutor asked you to look at the grand jury?
Yes.
I'm sorry, at this jury. Do you remember when he asked you here to look at this grand jury?
Yes.
And
Overruled.
I said grand jury again. I'm sorry.
Sorry. Yes.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Do you remember at the end of your direct testimony, the prosecutor asked you to look at this jury?
Yes.
And he asked you, did you kill Harmony? And you looked at this jury and you said no?
Yes.
Do you remember that the prosecutor at the grand jury asked you to look at the grand jurors?
Yes.
And he asked you to tell them what happened to Harmony and you said you didn't know?
Yes.
So looking at jurors while you're lying doesn't change the lie, right?
Right.
So
I almost spit on myself. You said looking at jurors while you lying doesn't change the law, right? Child, please.
you also told the grand jury.
Rochelle says, I wonder if Adam is listening to all this. I do believe he is, because when we saw the little highlights from day one, right? Because yesterday we looked at the recap of day one, and then we went on to day two. There, that little clip of him that we saw in the yellow outfit on Zoom, the judge mentioned something there of, you know, if he has any questions, or I don't know, something like that. So that
I'm about to get comfortable, y'all.
that he's probably
It is
watching.
1 a.m.
That
almost.
they would need to ask him questions. Sorry, I mean, I don't think he's going to be like, excuse me, I've got a question. I think it's if they have questions for him or something like that. So I think he is watching on Zoom or something. He just doesn't want to be in the courtroom because he refuses to be strip searched. Okay, then. Thank you, Nor Beaster. No, I take Grizzly Team with via my phone. Thank you for taking us with you. Where are you going?
That neither Adam nor anyone else asked you to lie about what happened to Harmony, right?
Right. Put it on.
And that lie that you told the grand jury, you told
block
them
myself for a minute and put my nightgown on.
Yes.
And it was a lie that you and Adam came up with when you didn't want DCYF in taking your kids or blaming either of you or anything like that, right?
Right.
And that lie protected you and let the investigation focus on Adam.
Yes.
You also told the grand juror that when you contacted Adam and told him to come back to Maine, and he came back to Maine, you said that once there, Adam said, tell them I brought her to her mother, right?
Yes.
And that was sort of the truth, right?
Yes.
As he said, you'll be okay. Just stick with the story, right?
Right.
You didn't have to worry.
Right.
He would be there for you.
Right.
One of the, in the grand jury, unlike this jury, the individual jurors were allowed to ask you questions, right?
Yes.
And so you not only had a prosecutor asking you questions, you had individual grand jurors asking you questions, right?
Yes.
And you lied to them, right?
Yes.
You told them that you were actually feeling scared for Harmony at some point, right?
I don't remember that.
Okay.
Deb Reed says, we know she lies. What is the point of this? To show the jury she lies. But yeah, we know it. We know it. I hope they know it. They know it. So it's just like, okay, we got the point. We got the point.
You still have that grand jury testimony there?
Yes.
And I'm going to point you to page 64. This is to refresh your recollection. If you would check out, it's about halfway down the page that the conversation starts, but you can check before that to make sure, and on to the next page.
Okay, so we can go forward a little.
And when...
Sorry so much. There you go.
Okay. So when you were talking about meeting up with Adam when he came back from Maine, and he told you to tell them that he took Harmony to her mother, you were actually asked about the fact that the investigation is going on, right?
Yes.
And you told this jury that you had actually seen Crystal on the news talking about her missing daughter, right? I'm sorry, not at the grand jury today, to this jury.
Yes.
And when, in light of that, when Adam said, I took her to her mother, do you remember being asked at that point again, did it make you wonder what really happened to Harmony? And you said, yeah, it did, right?
Yes.
And do you recall being asked if you were scared for Harmony at that point?
Yes.
Telling the grand jurors that you were scared for her?
Yes.
And you were telling the grand jurors this at a time that you knew that she was dead?
Yes.
And you insisted you didn't know what happened to her, right?
Right.
Now, these are several more lies that you've told the grand jury, right?
Right.
And you talked to this jury about Adam in the spring of 2020, accusing you of things and punching you?
Yes.
And you told the grand jury that he punched you 2 times, right?
It was more than that.
Okay.
But yes, I did.
And you told them that you left Adam because you saw abuse as a kid and you didn't want your kids surrounded by that stuff.
Yes.
And that's when you left Adam in March of 2021, right?
Yes.
But you actually left him also in April or in the spring of 2020 for a very short period of time, right?
I don't remember that.
You don't recall leaving with the kids for a couple of times in the spring of 2020?
No.
Okay.
Kim French says, how old is Kayla? She's 33 years old now. And you know how I know how people didn't watch with us yesterday or didn't do their homework? Oh, it's all the people asking if Kayla's on medication. Because yesterday and in the trial prep, we discussed that she is. She is apparently, I don't know what the medication is, but she's on medication at the prison to help her overcome her substance abuse. So it helps to ease the withdrawal. So I don't know if it's methadone or what it is. I don't know what it is. All I read was that she is on medication.
Because the spring in 2020 is when you started talking about the first time that Adam started thinking weird things were happening, right?
Yeah, but I didn't leave him. We still lived in the same. We just moved to the Union Street apartment building.
Okay. And you didn't just leave for a bit and go to a friend's for a day or so?
No.
Okay.
I remember I left for a couple of hours with the kids, but I went back to the house. I went back to the apartment.
Okay. So one of the times that he was feeling like there were cameras and stuff, you just had to get away from him, right?
He fell asleep, so I took the kids and left.
Yeah. Because he was acting very strange.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, ladies.
I think I'm going to move on from the grand jury testimony for now.
Amazing. Finally.
Back away from you if you'd like.
Finally. And if you guys are thinking, but the jury has to hear this. Yeah, they do, but they do know that Kayla was charged with perjury for lying.
Right.
But of course, the defense's job is to do their very best to, impeach this witness or prove that she's, not credible at all, so that they won't believe her because she's the star witness for the state.
Mm-hmm.
Without her information, no one would have known what happened to Harmony. Yep.
But who reported Harmony? I gotta see something. Well, I might have to go back and look at her thing or somebody else's to. Let me see
When
something.
the grand jury testimony was over, you were able to leave. Is that right?
I could Google it.
And you were still out in public on bail.
Yes.
And by the way, I was told that I did mess up again. Adam was arrested January 4 and you were arrested January 5. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, my birthday.
Sorry. So you are out, but you have certain conditions that require that you, report to the police station?
Yes.
You have to report in person. How many times did you have to report?
Every day.
Every day you had to come to the police station so that they would know that you were around, right?
Yes.
And so you were doing that before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you were doing it after the grand jury.
Yes.
And every day you're at the police station. And one day, and it was June 3rd, you come in for a reporting day, right?
Yes.
Or a reporting time, sorry. And you got arrested.
Yes.
And you kind of knew that that might happen because you knew that you had lied to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you got arrested for 2 charges of perjury before the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And it was about your shift at Dunkin' Donuts?
Yes.
And it was about the location of Dunkin' Donuts.
Oh.
Yes. And we talk about a whole lot more lies that you told the grand jury, right?
Yes.
And you didn't get arrested for any of those lies, right?
Got
right.
it. Good
And
night, Kathy B.
probably talked about more than 20 lies that you told the grand jury.
So
maybe more.
Yes.
And you got 2 charges for lying to the grand jury, right?
Yes.
Now, before testifying in front.
good night, Kathy B. It's almost over too, y'all. But I was gonna say I'm tired as hell. I gotta get up so early in the morning, y'all, to do some. Me and Dave gotta do a few things, but the mother did the missing report of her daughter missing, so that's how they found out. That's what I wanted to say. The biological mother.
In front of the grand jury.
Oh my goodness. Didn't she just say that she's going to move on from the grand jury testimony? She's like, all right, I'm going to move on from this. 100 more questions about that grand jury testimony where you lied a lot. You lied, right? A lot. But like a lot, right? You lied. And she's like, yes, I lied. Okay. Let's go over everything you lied about. Like, oh my goodness. She lied. We know it. Even Willow knows it. Hey. She's staring at me now.
You had some other prior convictions, right?
Yes.
One was for false information to a police officer.
Yes.
And one was for altering a prescription drug.
Yes.
Oh.
And you got incarcerated on that one on a probation violation in 2013.
Yes.
And got out in 2014.
Yes.
And it was sometime after that you and Adam got together?
Yes.
And you were together but got married in 2017?
Yes.
And you got married on Harmony's birthday.
Yes.
And that was intentional, right?
It wasn't supposed to be on her birthday.
Okay.
We were getting married before our son was born, and he came 3 weeks early, and he ended up being born the day before Harmony's birthday.
Oh.
And we...
Okay, I'm glad she's explaining that a little bit, because earlier I'm like, why did they get married on Harmony's birthday? Why would they do that?
We're planning a baby shower wedding that Sunday, and we ended up having the JP come to our house and marry us while I was in the middle of contractions, and then we had the baby.
And that was, you did it during the shower because friends and loved ones had been there too.
Yeah, that's what we were supposed to do, but we didn't get to.
Okay. And when you went to the grand jury, you were also facing other felonies at the time, right?
Yes.
At the time.
Yeah.
That was confusing. On May 20th, when you went to the grand jury, you had some felonies that you had been charged with but had not been resolved.
Yes.
And 2 of them were for receiving stolen property.
Yes.
And one of them was a theft by deception.
Yes.
And although you got charged for them, they were dismissed as a part of the agreement that you reached with the state, right? And when you were out on bail on the 3rd, they held you for a few days, right?
Yes.
And you got rebailed for those perjury convictions, right?
Yes.
So the day that you came in, they had to arrest you and book you, and you had to go to jail. And eventually, 3 or 4 days later, you were able to get out on bail.
Yes.
Same bail conditions as before.
Yes.
No changes.
No.
And you were supposed to be of good behavior.
Yes.
And you were supposed to be drug and alcohol free.
Yes.
And you got rearrested. You were supposed to remain arrest free too, right?
Yes.
And you got rearrested, right?
Yes, because I missed court.
Pardon?
I missed court, so I got arrested.
They found you and arrested you on a capias for missing court, but you also got charged with prescription drugs.
Yes.
And that case went away as well on the day of your plea to the perjury indictments,
yes.
Right?
Grizzy must have been up early doing this. I'm gonna start doing the trial earlier. I have to do this a little bit earlier.
So I want to talk about June 3rd and your interview with the police. You certainly didn't know that day that you would be arrested when you walked in for your check-in, right?
Right.
And on that day when you walked in and got arrested on your check-in, you didn't know if you would be able to walk out.
Right.
They might hold you in jail again for perjury.
Right.
Because it's a pretty serious offense, right? And you knew that when you raised your hand and swore an oath to the grand jury that if you lied to them, it would be a very serious thing.
Yes.
And so you were kind of concerned that you may not be able to get back out on bail when you got arrested.
Yes.
And you said you were ready to talk.
Yes.
You said you wanted to give a statement, right?
Right.
And you did not have an agreement when you said that, right?
Right.
You did not have any negotiation when you said that, right?
Right.
The AG had not actually met up with you at all when you said that, right?
Right.
And you wanted to make sure that you got out as soon as you could.
She's not looking physically well right now? Is she okay?
No, I was about to say that. She
Right?
must suffer with migraines.
And so your attorney was called.
Yes.
And there was a sort of agreement reached before you gave your statement, right?
Right.
And you didn't get immunity for crimes, right?
Right.
And you didn't get future immunity for any crimes that you might commit.
Right.
But you did get an agreement that whatever you said that day couldn't be used against you.
Right.
And that they would look at what you said that day, and if they wanted to use it, then you might be able to reach an agreement.
Right.
And so that wasn't the immunity from everything that you had wanted, right?
Right.
That wasn't the no time deal that you had wanted, right? Right. That wasn't the ankle monitor that you had wanted, right?
Right.
And there was certainly no guarantee or conversation about you and your future life with your children.
Right.
But you knew they had you solid on the perjury, right?
Right.
You were never getting around that one, right?
Right.
And so you decided that this would probably be the best that you could do to get as few consequences for your actions as possible.
Yes.
Are you okay?
My head hurts.
I knew it. She suffered with migraines probably.
Oh, there it is. Okay. It's like a headache, or we say migraine in South Africa. You know that? A migraine.
Yeah.
Migraine.
I'm like having a migraine.
I knew it. I knew it.
Okay.
Because I suffer with them.
Do you need to stop? May we approach your honor?
It's just ain't no joke. And the light is even worse.
Oh dear. Does she need to stop? Probably.
Yeah, she gonna have to stop. The light. That shit making it worse for her.
Caroline, the defense
Long
attorney,
day,
gave her a migraine. Oh man.
for everyone, and I would like to give the witness an opportunity to have a rest before we proceed. So what I'm going to do is we're going to stop for the day today. I know I had said to you that I thought we would go until 4, but I think it makes sense for us to stop for the day. So we're going to end now. You're going to come back at 8:45 on Monday morning. I cannot say to you strongly enough how important it is for you to avoid all media this weekend. Please avoid all media this weekend. Additionally, if people know you're sitting on this case, they may want to speak to you about it. They may have opinions about it, even though they're not here listening to the evidence in the same way you are. Please do not talk about this case with anyone. There will come a time, as I said to you earlier, when you will be able to do that. That time is not now. So, it's supposed to be a little warm this weekend. I hope you'll find some good activities to do, but stay away, stay offline, stay away from the newspapers, stay away from any media coverage of this case. Okay.
Isn't she in jail?
Same rules that I've said to you earlier apply as well about driving by locations. If it's on your route home, drive by, don't give it any extra attention. Don't go to any of the places that we visited on The View or the places you've heard about here. Don't look up any names. Don't do any research on the law. The court will give that to you in the court's instructions. I remind you that if in your comings and goings you see any of the witnesses or any of the parties that are involved in this case, they have been instructed not to speak with you, and you're instructed not to speak with them, so they're not being rude if they don't acknowledge your presence. You have all been extremely attentive today, and we are very, very appreciative. We will see you back here on Monday morning, 8:45 for a 9 a.m. start. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention today.
Everybody else.
All rise for the jurors.
Which is in prison. I'm bugging. What am I talking about? Is she in prison? Of course she's in prison, Jasmine.
I think that members, patrons will have streams again soon. I just also got to get some rest sometimes because, trials take a lot of energy. They're very intense, to follow, to cover, to do everything that I do. So it's just like, I just got to manage my energy, but we will do that at some stage, okay? Also, if you guys haven't yet checked out Crime Curious, after to finish, it should take you there. And then you can go there or already be in the chat and say, okay, I teleported.
She has a sense of humor. I like to rock. All right, guys. That was a lot once again. That was a lot. We got one person up in the building here, I guess. But y'all rocked with me through the whole thing. Y'all didn't rock with me. Y'all rocked with Harmony. Little Harmony, who's 5 years old, who deserves justice. We've been here since 7:30. It is now 12:57, 1 o'clock in the morning. I'm not going to keep y'all up no more. I'm not putting the thumbnail out tonight. I will put it out tomorrow, and I will hit y'all up with it. I am exhausted. I got to get up in the morning. So I got a few hours, probably 3 hours of sleep to get, but they got so much. They got so much. I will see y'all in the morning. I will see y'all tomorrow. Everyone, have a blessed night. I don't want to keep holding y'all up because I do want to say a few things with the trial, but I know y'all tired and I don't want to hold y'all up. I just wanted to say, like, that lady, I know we feel sorry for her and everything, but she capping, she lying on a lot of stuff. I know because the domestic violence and stuff like that, y'all, but the real victim is Harmony. She's the only victim. And those 2 other kids, because they had to witness that. This chick, yeah, she been abused and stuff, but to me, it don't seem like she has any empathy or any sympathy or anything. That crying and stuff that she was doing before, ooh, who was that crying really for? I think it was for her other 2 kids that she missed. I don't think that crying was for Harmony at all. But with that, I'll see y'all tomorrow. Everyone, have a blessed night.